Hello students, in this video tutorial, I'm going to do a business studies revision under all our syllabus. There are 7 chapters under business studies syllabus. First 3 chapters are under grade 10 syllabus and the last 4 chapters are under grade 11 syllabus. When you consider the O-level paper, right? There are 2 papers, paper 1 and paper 2, right? Paper 1 is a MCQ question paper, right? So there are 16 MCQs, 16 MCQs from business studies. Okay, so you're getting 16 marks for MCQs. And then when it comes to paper 2, the first question is called, normally we call it case study question. So in the question number 1, you are normally getting Roman figure 1 to Roman figure 4. That means 4 questions from business studies. There are actually 10 questions in the case study question. That is question number 1. Out of these 10 questions, there are 4 questions from business studies. So 8 marks for the case study question. Then when it comes to paper, you call it part 1 business studies. This is paper 2, part 1 business studies section. There are 3 business studies questions, right? So you're supposed to select only 2 questions out of these 3. And each question gets 8 marks. So 2 times 8, that is 16 marks under part 1 business studies section. So altogether, you need to score 40 marks from business studies. Okay, so I'm going to help you to score these 40 marks by discussing 230 questions, right? You're having MCQ questions, direct questions, fill in the blank questions, and also questions from cases, right? Cases, case studies, right? You can find the question paper in the description below. So try to download it and take a printout, and please do these questions as you can, and then watch the video and try to mark your answers, right? Okay, so this will be a good revision for you to revise the whole syllabus under business studies. So take the maximum output from this video. Okay, first we are going to discuss questions related to chapter 1, grade 10 syllabus. It is background of businesses. Now, when you take this chapter, these are the subtopics under this chapter, right? Business concept, right? Basically, you need to know about the barter system and the business definition here. And then needs and wants, right? Then manufacturing businesses, right? That means commodity manufacturing businesses and service providing businesses. And then the factors of production, and finally, business stakeholders, right? Business stakeholders, right? Now, let's do the first question. What is barter system, right? Simply, you can say the barter system is a system of exchanging goods, right? Or you can say like this, the barter system is a system of exchanging excess goods for other goods. In ancient days, people used to exchange their excess goods with others to obtain other goods that they could not produce, right? So this is called barter system, right? Next question. Select the incorrect statement regarding barter system, right? Now here, the first answer option is the system of exchanging goods is called barter system. Right now, this is correct, right? This is the normal definition. The excess production was exchanged in barter system, of course, this is also correct. Trade arose from barter system. Of course, yes, remember this point. Trade evolved from barter system, right? And then money was used as an exchange medium in barter system. No. Nowadays only goods and services are exchanged for money. Okay. So now only money is used as an exchange medium, not in barter system. Okay. So this is wrong. Okay, let's move on to the next question. What is a business? Actually, this is a very famous question. So what's a business? You can say that business is an economic activity which manufactures or provides goods and services. Which manufactures goods and which provides services, right? To do what? To fulfill human needs and wants. So a business is an economic activity which manufactures or provides goods and services to fulfill or in order to fulfill human needs and wants. This is the definition of a business. Select the incorrect statement regarding businesses. Okay, first one. A business is an economic activity. Of course, it is an economic activity. Every business aims to fulfill human needs and wants, of course. Regardless of the scale, regardless of the objective or ownership, every business aims to fulfill human needs and wants. Let's put S here. Then every business aims to make profits. Now this is an incorrect statement because do you remember there is a type of business called not-for-profit businesses. Now what are the examples for not-for-profit organizations? When we consider the private sector, you can take cooperative societies. Then you can take other associations. Also, when you consider the government sector, the public sector, you can take state departments and also, what's the other one? State corporations. These businesses actually are not-for-profit businesses. That means these businesses do not aim to make profits, right? So these businesses aim to make social well-being, maybe members' well-being, likewise. So you cannot say that every business aims to make profits. That's an incorrect statement. Right, what about the fourth one? Businesses were evolved after barter system. Of course, because trade evolved after barter system. So we can say that businesses also evolved after the barter system. Right, so our answer is 3. Right, fifth question. The basic factor to initiate businesses. Now, to start a business, what is the basic factor? Is it production and distribution? Or is it goods, goods and services? Demand and supply? Or needs and wants? Obviously, what's your answer? needs and wants, right? There should be needs and wants to satisfy, isn't it? To start a business, there should be needs and wants. People should have needs and wants. Then only the business can satisfy needs and wants of the human beings, people, right? So basically, the basic factor to start or initiate a business is, needs and wants, right? So we know that every business aims to satisfy human needs and wants. Okay, right. So our answer is 4. Okay, the next question is write 2 objectives of businesses. Now in exam, normally they ask, that's the question structure. That's the question structure. So we need to write 2 objectives of businesses. Now, according to our textbook, we have 5 objectives. Do you remember? Now, as the first one, you can say earning profits. Now, remember, every business doesn't make, profits, but generally you can say earning profits, right? Earning profits. Then another good thing is another good objective is increasing what can we increase? Increasing customer satisfaction. Okay, and do you remember the rest of the objectives? It's increasing the quality of goods and services, right? Then what else? Generating employment opportunities. And finally, there was, according to our textbook, employee welfare, right? So I wrote 2 here and always recall all 5, okay? Right, now 7th one. What are the main objectives of, businesses? Actually, now out of these 5 objectives, you have 2 main objectives of businesses. That is actually these 2 points. These 2 main objectives are earning profits and increasing customer satisfaction. So I'm going to repeat the same points, same objectives under 7 also, right? So these are the 2 main objectives of businesses. And then what are the sub-objectives of a business? That is actually the rest of the objectives, sub-objectives, right? So do you remember? Shall we write? So we are going to write 2 only. Number 1, let's write increasing what? Quality of goods and services. And then you can say generating. Now always try to write with a verb. Otherwise, it doesn't give any meaning if you write just quality of goods and services. It might not give you a full meaning. So we have to use a verb. Generating what? Employment opportunities or job opportunities. Let's say employment opportunities. Okay. And also there was another sub-objective according to our textbook, employee welfare. So it's like providing employee welfare, right? Now the 9th one, right? Again, we have a MCQ, no? Not a common objective of businesses. Right. I'm going to straight away pick the answer. What's your answer? What should be the answer? It's the third one. Why? Because we know that there are two main types of businesses. The businesses which aim to make profits and businesses which do not aim to make profits. So since there are not for profit businesses, we can pick third as our answer. It's earning profits. It's not a common objective of every business, right? So the answer is 3. Right, now next we have a definition. Again, a famous definition, right? What are needs? Right, do you remember the definition? So you can define needs as requirements that must be fulfilled. Remember, it's must. You have to use the word must. That must be fulfilled essentially for the existence, actually human existence, right? So this is your definition. Right, the next question is, what are the basic needs? We have almost 9 needs under our syllabus. Now, out of these 9 needs, 3 are basic ones, very basic ones, right? So do you remember the basic needs? It's food, isn't it? And then clothing, and also shelter, right? Shelter. Okay, let's go for the next question. What are the needs arose when society developed? Now, these are the basic needs, and we have other needs that arose when the society developed. So this is a very simple definition. Wants are different ways of satisfying needs, right? So hope you remember what needs are. Needs are the requirements that must be fulfilled essentially for the survival. And the wants are different ways of satisfying these needs. For example, if you take food as the need, right? The wants of food, or the different ways of satisfying food is, types of foods. Types of food like rice or rice and curry. You can say bread, maybe pizza, shrimp hoppers. Now, if you take education as the need, what are the wants of education? You can say books, right? Teachers, library. Likewise, the school, right? Right, now let's move on to the next question. Select only the needs. So here you might have wants here. So we have different items here, and you might have wants. Okay, we have different items here. You might have wants here. So you need to extract all the needs, only the needs. Of course, food is a basic need. Books are wants of education. Shelter is a need. Rice is a want. Biscuit also a want. Security, of course, a need. Email, obviously, is a want of communication, right? Communication is a need. And then transportation also a need, right? So how many needs are there? 4 needs are there. You can say A, C, F, and also H. Right now, then we have a MCQ. What is not a want from the following items? Right, not a want. Be mindful, there is not, right? So not a want means it is something else. So you will have 3 wants here. The other one is not a want. So you have to find that not a want, right? Okay, so medicines are wants, right? Entertainment is a need. Seems like this is our answer. Let's see. Let's check the other 2 options. CCTV camera sounds like what? It's like a want of security, isn't it? And even distance learning is a want of education. So obviously, second is our answer. Entertainment is a need. And it is not a want. So when you get questions like this, you have to read properly. And one of the exam tips, you need to underline it or highlight the specific word not and be mindful, right? හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න දැන් මේ වගේ questions ආවහම අපි අනිවාර්යෙන් මේක හොඳට කියවලා කිව්වට මදි ඒක emphasize කරන්න මොලේට හොඳට ඒක focus කරන්න ඕන නිසා අපි අනිවාර්යෙන් ඒකට highlight එකක් හරි නැත්නම් at least underline එකක් හරි කරන්න ඕනේ. right? එතකොට තමයි හොඳට අර කියවෙන වෙලාවේ ඔළුවට යන්නේ මේක want එකක් නෙමෙයි. එහෙනම් අනිවාර්යෙන් 3 දෙනෙක් wants වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඉතුරු එක්කෙනා want එකක් නෙමෙයි වෙන මොනවා හරි. need එකක් හරි වෙන මොනවා හරි. හරි? ඉතින් ඒ දේ හොඳට ඔළුවට තියාගන්න MCQs වලදී ගොඩක් කලාවට මේ වැඩේ වෙනවා. අපි භාගයට කියවලා වැරදි answer එකකට යනවා. Okay. 16th question. Select the characteristics of wants. Right. We have 5 characteristics of wants. Right. That is actually basically there are 4, but if I remind you all 5, you can say wants are actually what? Not essential. They are not essential, right? Needs are actually essential. So being essential is not a characteristic of want, right? And then you can say wants are actually diverse, right? But needs are common, right? Needs are common. Now being common is a characteristic of a need, right? And then as a third one, you can say actually wants are unlimited. So can you see there is being unlimited. So this is a characteristic of want, right? And being diverse also a characteristic of want, as I told you before, right? And also now when it comes to needs are actually cannot be created by businesses, but wants can be created. So here we have cannot be created, so this doesn't come, no? And what about this one, being complex? Obviously now when you consider needs are actually simple. But on the other hand, wants are actually complex, right? Wants are seriously complex. And that is mentioned in your textbook. I'm sorry. This is mentioned in your textbook. But when it comes to needs, the textbook doesn't mention that needs are, simple. But obviously, the opposite of complex is simple. So you can say that needs are simple. On the other hand, wants are complex. Okay, So we can take being complex as well, right? So our answer becomes what? You can take B according to the order, right? Alphabetical order, B, D, and also E. This is our answer. Right, now next question is, write two differences between needs and wants. So when you get a question to write differences, there are two ways of writing differences. The simplest way to present differences is use a table. That's the best way to present your answer in a table format. So simply, you don't have to draw the whole table. Just draw lines like this and say on one side needs, just write needs, and on the other side wants. Right, then in the question you're asked to write two differences. So in that case, you have to quantify your answer. Then only marker can easily understand that you have given all two answers, right? So make sure to do it. Then සාමාන්‍යයෙන් question paper එකේ differences දෙකක් ලියන්න කියලා ආවොත් හොඳම ක්‍රමය තමයි පුතා table එකකට differences පෙන්නන්න. හරි? ඒකට table එකක් ටක් ගාලා නිකන් sketch කරලා නිකන් ඒ කියන්නේ full table එකක් අඳින්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. එක පැත්තක needs අනිත් පැත්තේ wants කියලා ලියලා දැන් දෙන්නෙක් නෙහන්නේ දෙන්නෙක් අහනකොට හැමතිස්සෙම answer එක quantify කරන්න. answer එකට number එකක් දෙන්න. පළවෙනි answer එක දෙවෙනි answer එක. ඒතර මාකට උනත් හොඳට තේරෙනවා දැක්ක ගමන් හරි. paper එකේ differences දෙකක් අහලා තියෙනවා මේ ළමයා ලියලා තියෙනවා differences දෙකක්. right? ඉතින් අපි අපේ answers පුළුවන් තරම් අපි බොහොම පැහැදිලිව ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට තමයි මාකට උනත් බොහොම ලේසියෙන් වට ලකුණු ටික ටක් ගාලා දෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ කියවලා. හරි. So what are the needs of what are the differences between needs and wants? Obviously you can take the very basic point. Needs are actually essential, and on the other hand wants are not essential. So you can say under needs being essential, අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. Right? And on the other side you can say not essential. Right? And then you can say, what can you use? You can use being common and diverse, or being limited and unlimited. Likewise, there are 5 points to to show the differences between needs and wants. Anyhow, I'm going to write one more. Being common under needs, and wants you can say being what? Diverse. Hari? So use the specific word given in the textbook, diverse, being diverse. That means it's different from one person to another. Wants are different. Wants are different from one person to another. Right? Okay. So that's how you show your differences. Anyhow, if you do not use the table, you need to write as sentences, right? I'll show you how to write it. Now, when you write a difference, you can't just say, being essential and not essential like that. You have to say, you have to write a complete sentence like this. If I take the first point, right? This is how you write it. Number 1, needs are essential, whereas, right? You have to use this word to connect the two, points. Whereas wants are what? Not essential. Okay, so this is how you write the difference, right? So likewise, you can write the second point as well. So you have to have a complete sentence when you write a difference. So actually, by using the table, you can save your time, and it's more visual than writing a sentence, isn't it? So I recommend you to draw a table when you show the differences, right? Anyhow, it's up to you to decide, right? If you write a sentence, you need to write like that, okay? Right. 18th one is, what's our question? Write the two types of businesses, right? Write the two types of businesses based on nature of the product produced. So based on the nature of the product or the production, do you remember there are two types of businesses? Commodity manufacturing businesses, right? What are commodity manufacturing businesses? Commodity manufacturing businesses produce goods. That means commodities, right? Commodity, you have to put Y here, no? Commodity manufacturing businesses. And the other type is businesses, service providing businesses. Service providing businesses. Now, service providing businesses actually, they provide services to satisfy human needs and wants, like a bank, a school, educational institute, right? Insurance company, service providing businesses. Commodity manufacturing businesses, actually, they manufacture goods to satisfy human needs and wants. For example, garment factory, right? Now, most of, it's like, all these factories that manufacture goods, right? So these are commodity manufacturing business. Okay, now next you have a good question to actually select the commodity manufacturing businesses. And the rest are actually service providing businesses. Okay, let's find out. Tailoring shop. Now, if you consider a tailoring shop, this is a bit tricky. Tailoring shop is obviously they manufacture goods, it's garments, it's clothes, whatever yeah, you call it clothes, right? But we classify the tailoring shops as service providing business, as a service providing business. You know why? These tailoring shops actually mainly what they do is they offer a service called sewing service. They sew what the customer needs. They sew according to the customer's pattern, customer's given materials. So we normally classify tailoring shops as service providing businesses. හරි මම මේක සිනරෙන් පොඩ්ඩක් පැහැදිලි කරන්නම් මේ දැන් ටේලරින් ෂොප් එක ඉමේජින් කරන්න දැන් ඔයාගේ ස්කූල් යුනිෆෝම් එක right අපි ටේලරින් ෂොප් එකකට ගිහලා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මාසවන්නේ ගෙදර මහන්න නැත්තම් හරි එතකොට අපි මේ ටේලරින් ෂොප් එකට ගිහිල්ලා ඒ ටේලර්ට දෙන්නේ අපිම මැටීරියල්ස් ගිහිල්ලා දෙනවා නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හිමනේ ඊට පස්සේ අපි කියන පැටර්න් එකට අපි දන්නවා ස්කූල් එකට යුනිෆෝම් පැටර්න් එක වෙනස්. ඒතර අපි කියන පැටර්න් එකට තමයි ටේලර් ඇවිල්ලා ඒ ඇඳුම මහන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යෙන් මේක සර්විස් එකක්. මේක සොයින් කියන සර්විස් එක දෙන්නේ. හරි එතකොට ටේලරින් ෂොප් එකක් අපිට ගන්න වෙන්නේ සර්විස් ප්‍රොවයිඩින් බිස්නස් එකක් විදිහට. ඒ නිසා අපි කොමොඩිටි වලට ගන්නෙ නැහැ. හරි. The next one is bookshop. Obviously, bookshops, they do not manufacture stationery. What they do is they, they purchase from stationery manufacturers. Like now, if you consider Sri Lanka, we have several stationery manufacturers such as Promate, Virodara, Atlas. Likewise, right? So bookshops normally purchase from stationery manufacturers, and then they keep a profit and they sell it to customers, right? So this is actually this business do not manufacture goods. So you cannot consider it as a commodity manufacturing business. And we normally classify these kind of businesses as service providing business because of the absence of not producing, commodities, goods. You classify under service providing because it merely gives a service. That's why, right? And then the garment factory, if you consider garment factory, obviously garments are manufactured inside of a, garment factory. So this is obviously a service, I'm sorry, not a service providing business, and it is a commodity manufacturing business, right? Even restaurant is kind of, tricky. It's like similar to tailoring shop. Even though you see the food is manufactured, you classify, restaurants under service providing because it offers a service called cooking. That's why, right? So if you take, like, let's say, a food manufacturing, or let's say processed food manufacturing factory, that's a commodity manufacturing business. For example, let's take, biscuit factories like Munchie, Melbourne. Or if you take, chocolate factories like Candace, these Risbury, this and that, right? These are actually commodity manufacturing businesses, but restaurants like, let's say this McDonald's, what else you have? KFC, these, fast food restaurants, and even, small hotels like, these pastry shops and all, we normally classify under service providing businesses, right? Because it offers a service called cooking, right? So this is a really, contradicting situation. Anyhow, to be precise, actually, you have the service component as well as the commodity manufacturing component. It's a mix actually, but more towards the service side. So that's why we consider restaurants as, service providing businesses, right? Fine. Now, especially, canteens. Think about your school canteen, right? Service providing, right? Now, next, you have biscuit factory. Obviously, this is a commodity manufacturing business. What about the supermarket? Now, most of the goods in the supermarkets are not manufactured by the supermarket, right? So again, supermarket is considered as a service providing business because it's a retail business. Do you remember we learned that two service providing businesses are the retail business and the wholesale business. So supermarket is merely a retail business. It's a retailer. So you can say exactly this is a service providing business. And then tile manufacturing business, obviously you see that tile is the commodity that is manufactured in this business. So this is a commodity manufacturing business. And then banks are purely service-oriented businesses. They offer banking service. So you can't take this. This is a service providing business. Wholesale business, as I told you earlier, even retail businesses, these are service providing businesses. And lastly, you have security firm. You know that security firms offer the service called security, right? So obviously, this is not a commodity manufacturing business and it is a service providing business. So what's our answer now? Our answer is C. C comes E and then you have G. That's all. I missed the last one, M, car sale. Now, what about this? You have cars, but in a car sale, does the car sale, that business manufacture cars? No, right? Then it has to be automobile manufacturing business. So obviously, this is once again like a retail business. It's a service, business. Buying and selling. They do buying and selling. They don't manufacture the goods that they sell, right? So basically, your answer should be CEG. Right. Next, there is another question. Write two differences between goods and services. Now, this is not under your syllabus, but I just mentioned because you should know this. This was included, as I remember, in the our syllabus, but somehow, just for your knowledge, learn this two differences between goods and services. So, as I told you earlier, make a table, a very simple table like this, and goods on one side, services on the other side. 1 and 2, right? Quantify your answer. Always do it, right? If you are asked to write a quantity, you have to present the quantity, right? Okay, goods. So when you consider goods are actually tangible. You can touch the goods. But services are intangible. You cannot touch a service, right? So let's write tangible here, or you can say be intangible, right? I just write tangible, and on the other side, intangible. Even goods are visible and services are invisible. But I'm going to pick this one, this point as the second one. You can say goods can be what? Can be stored. You can store goods in a storeroom, right? But services, obviously, they are intangible, so we cannot, store a service. Cannot be stored. Okay, the next question. Define factors of production. Right, now, how do you define factors of production? These are basically resources, right? Factors of production are the resources required to produce goods and services, right? These are basically resources required to produce goods and services. Now, for a business to produce a product, a good or a service, right? That business needs some resources, right? For example, if there is a garment factory, right? The garment factory produces garments, right? To produce garments, this business needs certain resources, right? For example, the clothing material, sewing machines, even, employees, the factory building, machinery, sewing machines actually, and equipment. So we can, do you remember actually all the factors of production? There are actually 4 factors of production. The land factor, right? Land means actually all the natural resources. Natural resources required to produce the goods and services, right? Now, if you take cordial, now there is a question below, but I'm going to explain these, factors of production using an example. So if you take the product as a cordial, right? This is our product. Now, to produce cordial, right, we need land factor. That means natural. I'm sorry, this should be natural. I have written as nature, it should be natural, right? Natural resources, right? So what are the natural resources used to produce cordial? You can say, but the water, right? Water is natural. And we can use even fruits, right? Fruits are natural. Likewise, right? Now, there's another factor. There's another factor called capital, right? Now, capital is man-made resources. Man-made resources that are used to produce goods and services. Now, in this example, to produce cordial, what are the man-made resources used? You can say the bottle of the cordial, right? Bottle is man-made. Even the factory building, right? The factory building of the business, it is used to produce, cordial. Or you can say the machines that are used to produce, cordial. So I'm writing, I'm just writing machinery. Even certain equipment, right? And also, if you take the ingredients such as salt, sugar, even artificial flavors, these are actually capital, right? Right. Then we have another factor called labor, right? What is labor now? Labor is actually the mental or physical contribution used to produce goods and services. So basically, this is the contribution of employees of the business. Now, let's say in a cordial manufacturing business, we can say the machine operator's contribution. That is labor, right? In similar, we call it shramaya. Then මේ factory එකේ cordial manufacture කරන factory එකේ වැඩ කරන සේවකයෝන්ගේ නැත්නම් employees ලාගේ දායකත්වය අපි labor එහෙම නැත්නම් ශ්‍රමය කියන්නේ. Right. We have another factor, we call it entrepreneurship. Now, this is actually the role of organizing what? These three factors of production: land, labor, and capital. So basically, this is the role of the owner of the business, right? The role of the owner in short term, right? Role of the owner. Right. So now let's answer to the next question, because there is a case here, so we can easily understand these factors of production using this case. Right. Now look here. Let's read this. Amal manufactures cordials using fresh fruits with the helper, right? He purchased a machine and glass bottles to fill the cordial. There should be a space here between to and fill. Write an example for each factor of production of Amal's business. Actually, you have all 4 factors of production in this case. Right. Now, let's present our answer like this. I'm going to write example on the right side, and I'm going to write each factor on the left side. right? The first factor, land, right? Now land, we can see that the word, fresh fruits. Now before, actually before deciding the examples for each factor, you have to consider what the product is. So identify first of all the relevant product of this business, the specific product of this business. Then only you have to decide the factors of production, examples for factors of production based on the nature of the product. Now here it's cordial, right? Cordials. So it is said now you have to, take the examples from this given case. So we can say that the word fruits, and fruits are actually basically natural resources. So I can say fruits. Let's move this example to this side. Right. And then what about the labor? So how can you write the example? Now it's better not to write just the helper. Now helper means an employee, but land means, labor means actually the contribution of the employee. So it's better to say like this. You can use the word contribution from the definition and write the example like this. Contribution of who? The helper. That's the employee given in this case. Right? Now don't write Amal for this because Amal is the owner. So we need to write Amal as the example for the entrepreneurship. Right? Actually, Amal's role as the example for entrepreneurship, right? Now I'm going to write it now, entrepreneurship. So you can say role of Amal. Rather than just writing Amal, it's better to say role of Amal. Right, and for the next factor, that is actually capital, we can say that there are two man-made resources in this case that are used to produce cordial. That is a machine and also glass bottles. So there are two examples. I'm going to write both here now for your understanding. Machine, comma, and glass bottles. Right. So this is about factors of production. Right. Now let's move on to the next question. Right. Now there is another good question from factors of production. Write the relevant factor of production. Right. Let's see. Sand used to produce buildings. Now buildings, we normally use sand to build buildings. And sand is actually a man-made resource, isn't it? It's not a, I'm sorry. We know that sand is a natural resource, right? It's a natural resource. So what's the relevant factor of production? It's land. You can say land, right? Then polish used to produce furniture. Now polish is man-made resource. It's man-made. So you can say polish is capital. Sewing machines used to produce apparels, that means garments. Obviously, it's a man-made resource. So you can say capital. And contribution of carpenter to produce furniture. Now this is actually labor, right? Contribution of employees. And then role of the owner to conduct the manufacturing business of manufacturing process of yogurts, it is obviously entrepreneurship. Right. Now there is another MCQ from factors of production. Let's go through it. It says, Sunil started a clay pot manufacturing business. Now this is our product, right? You have to find out what the product is. Select the factors of production mentioned in the above case. Right, now since the owner's name is mentioned, we can take entrepreneurship. And the product is also given, and inside the product you can see a land factor, right? Because these are clay pots. Obviously, clay pots are made using clay, and clay is a land factor. So the answer becomes the third one, entrepreneurship and land. Right, the next question is, who are business stakeholders? We know that business stakeholders are the different parties who are interested in the business activities. So you can write like this, business stakeholders are different parties who are interested in the business activities. Then the next question, write examples for business stakeholders. Right. Now, if you consider about internal business stakeholders, that means stakeholders who are within the business, you can say first of all, owners, and then managers, also employees. So these are actually internal stakeholders, right? And then outside the business, you can write these, stakeholders, customers, right? And then suppliers, also competitors. Then you can take the government, right? And also you can write financial institutions like banks, and also the community. And there is one more stakeholder under our syllabus, future investors. Right. So, next question is, write internal business stakeholders. So, I actually mentioned this before. You can write owners, managers, and employees. Let's put S here, financial institutions. Right, now external business stakeholders are these, stakeholders. You can write these stakeholders there. Right, then write two objectives of the owner or owners of a business. So what are the objectives of owners? Right, you can say basically the security of the investment, right? And also you can say earning a sufficient profit, right? Then if you consider about the contribution of the owners, here the objectives, and in the 30th question you get contributions, right? Now we know that when we consider stakeholders, right? They have certain objectives to be fulfilled from the business. For example, when we take the owner or the owners, they want to earn a sufficient profit. And also on the other hand, the stakeholders should provide certain contributions to the business. So owners' objectives are these, and contributions. For contributions, we can mention providing a sufficient or adequate capital, right? And also you can say supervising business activities, okay? Contributing adequate capital, supervising business activities. Right, now we have a MCQ. Let's go through. Contribution of owners towards a business is obviously providing adequate capital. Now, security of investment and earning adequate profit are objectives, right? And increase in labor productivity is the contribution of employees. Okay, right, next question. An objective of the government as a business stakeholder. Obviously, you can write collecting taxes, but in these, answer options, you can select out of these answer options, you can select increase in the domestic production because government wants to increase the local production, right? Now, if you consider the first answer, this is actually an objective of the supplier or suppliers. Safety of the investment, we know it's an objective of the owners. Facing competition, obviously, is the objective of competitors. Okay. Next question. Stakeholders who are interested in job promotions. Now remember this. Job promotions is an objective of managers. And job security is an objective of whom? Employees, right? Compare and study, right? Right. Next question, you have to match, right? Let's see. Employees. And actually on the left side column, you have stakeholders. And on the right side column, you have objective. So you have to match now. So let's pick the right, letter. Employees. Employees, actually, what is it? The objective of employees, as I mentioned you before, job security. So D comes for 1. Suppliers, it's obviously continuous orders. It's E. Competitors, it's B, determining the prices of own products, right? Financial institutions, you can take, providing more loans. And the community, that means people, Prajava කියනවා සිංහලෙන්. Community, you can take social welfare, C. So that's the answer. So you can write like this. For 1, it's D, right? Then for 2, it's E. And for 3, it's B. And 4th one, A. And finally, 5th one, C. Right. There is another, question to match. Right here, we have the stakeholder, and on the other side, we have the contribution of each stakeholder. Employees' contribution is increasing labor productivity. Supplier's contribution is supplying raw materials in time. And owner's contribution is obviously providing adequate capital. Manager's contribution is taking correct decisions. C. And the government contribution to the businesses is providing business-friendly incentives. Right, so 1B, 2E, 3D, 4C, and fifth one, it's A. Right. Right, now we are going to discuss questions related to business environment. Right? Under business environment, the main topics are the internal environment of the business and the external environment of the business. And also you have the SWOT, that means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Right. So 36th question is, what is a business environment? Okay, so you can see the answers. I'm just going through. Actually, the business environment includes things called factors, right? In the business environment, there are factors, and these factors actually affect the businesses, affect the business. So the business environment is the environment in which factors affecting to businesses are activated. Okay, remember this. Now, in the business environment, we have factors, right? Factors are, activated in the business environment. And these factors actually affect to the business and the business activities, right? So these factors actually, we actually can divide these factors into two sections. These factors can be parties or maybe forces. Okay. Now, when you take the internal environment, actually we have only parties who affect businesses, right? So, but your textbook says parties and forces. Or instead of parties and forces, we can say factors, right? Because factors are parties and forces. Right. Anyhow, these are different factors or parties and forces acting within a business and affecting a business are known as internal environment. Somehow, remember, according to our syllabus, in the internal environment, we have only 3 parties. There are no forces actually, right? So who are these, internal business environment factors? Can you see the 39th question? Internal environment factors are the owners, the managers, and also the employees, right? So these are the factors within an organization, within a business, right? So that's the definition of internal business environment. And when it comes to external business environment, you can say different parties and forces. Obviously, when it comes to external environment, you have 3 parties and 5 forces, right? Acting outside the business. Now look at the difference between these 2 definitions. Here you have to use the word within the business, right? Because it's internal. So when it comes to external, you have to put this word outside the business, within a business and outside a business, right? So what is the external environment?
business environment, different parties and forces acting outside the business and affecting a business, right? Acting outside the business and affecting a business are also known as external environment. Right, then write the internal environment factors that I actually discussed. So what about the external environment factors, right? What are the external environment factors? Here actually, as I told you, look at the 41, question number 41. Write the parties, right? Parties. So parties in the external environment are, you can consider customers, suppliers, and competitors. These are parties, partial, right? And also, when it comes to forces in the external environment, that is actually legal environment, political environment, technological, economic, and global environment. So we have 5 forces which are activated in the external environment of a business. So when you are to write all the factors in the external environment, you can write all these 8 factors. There are 8 factors: customers, suppliers, competitors, and all these environments, right? So here you can see all these 8 factors in the external environment, right? Then 43, question number 43. An environment which could be easily controlled by the business. Obviously, it should be which environment? Internal environment, right? The business can easily control its internal environment, right? X and Y you have to match. Here you have the environments in under external environment, and seems like there are related examples for each environment, right? So here political environment, right? Political environment includes actually government policies. So we can see that C is same, government policies. So we can take C for 1. Legal environment, actually legal environment includes all the rules and regulations. So E comes for 2. Technological environment includes technology. So we can take e-commerce, A. Economic environment includes all the economic factors like interest rate, inflation, foreign exchange rate. So we have inflation here, so B comes here. Global environment, for global environment we can pick D. It's about inflow of foreign capital. Now this is a positive impact of global environment on the domestic businesses. Do you remember? So this is our answer. For 3A, for it's B, and finally for 5, you can take D. Right, now what's the next question? Write 2 examples for government policies. Okay, you can write these 2 policies which are mentioned in your textbook, right? The first policy is, do you remember? Government policies are included in the political environment. So examples for government policies are infrastructure development policy. And then you can say the fiscal policy. Fiscal policy means the tax policy of the government. Right. Then we have, there is something to match. Okay, then we can match here Companies Act. Here we have the law or the regulation, and here we have the institution or the individual who enact this law. So Companies Act is enacted by, we know, it's the Registrar of Companies. So A comes, sorry, it should be B, right? B. Companies Act is enacted by Registrar of Companies. Consumer Affairs Authority is enacted by, obviously, Consumer Affairs Authority. This is a state corporation. Shop and Office Employees Act is enacted by Labor Court. So this is our answer, 3A. Right, then right to individuals who enact laws related to businesses. Now, according to our syllabus, we can write these two individuals, Registrar of Companies. Who is the other individual? Do you remember? It's what? What can you say? Public Health Inspector, right? PHI, right? Public Health Inspector, right? Then two institutions that enact laws related to businesses. So you can easily say what? Consumer Affairs Authority, one of the famous institutes that enact laws related to businesses. Consumer Affairs Authority. And then you can say Labor Court. That's easy to say, easy to write. Labor Court. Kamkarusaviya. Right, Labor Court. And also you can say Central Environment Authority. Right. Then right to positive impacts from global environment on domestic businesses. So actually, because of global environment, there is a possibility to obtain latest technology, efficient machines, quality raw materials, right? So I'm going to write possibility to obtain latest technology. And also we can say this point as a good point, inflow of foreign capital. Inflow of foreign capital. Right? Right. What about the negative impacts of global environment on domestic businesses? Now, one bad thing is creating a highly competitive environment. Now, because of the global environment, there can be foreign products in the local market. So there will be a competition for the domestic businesses for their local products. So we can say creating highly competitive environment. And also domestic, local skilled workers, they migrate to foreign countries. So what happens? The country loses its skilled labor, right? Right, next we have filling the blanks. Strengths and weaknesses of a business can be identified by studying which environment. Strengths and weaknesses actually we can identify by studying the internal environment. And opportunities and threats can be found by studying which environment? External environment. Right? So here we need to, match strength. Right. Now, having a recognized brand name for a business is a very good strength. Weakness, unskilled employees. Having untrained, unskilled employees is a weakness of the business. Constructing new highways or constructing highways is an opportunity for businesses. And the new competition becomes a threat to businesses, to a business. So this is our answer. 2C, 3D, and 4A. Okay, now let's do some questions from Business Organizations, Chapter 3, under Grade 10 syllabus, right? In this chapter, actually, you're learning the types of businesses. There are characteristics, advantages, disadvantages, and certain details. Right. So answer questions number 53 to 61 using the below information. Right. We have certain types of businesses. Sole proprietorship, partnership, incorporated companies, then cooperative society, other association, state department, state corporation, and state company. Right, the first question is, we need to select all the private sector businesses out of these given businesses. Right, so what are the private sector businesses? Now, do you remember, based on the ownership, there are two types of businesses. It's private sector businesses and public sector businesses. The meaning of public here is government sector. Businesses belong to the government. So what are private sector businesses? These are the businesses owned by individuals and group of individuals. Right. So the private sector businesses out of these given businesses are definitely sole proprietorship, right? Then partnership, also incorporated company, and there are two more businesses, cooperative society and other association. So we have exactly 5 private sector businesses under our syllabus. Right, then what are the public sector businesses? You can take state departments. Normally the word state means government, right? So state corporation and also state company. So these are the public sector businesses. There are 3 public sector businesses according to our syllabus.
Right. Then, do you remember there is another classification of businesses based on objective? Do you remember the two types of businesses classified based on objective? Number one, for-profit businesses. And then number two, not for-profit businesses. For-profit businesses are the businesses which aim to make profits. Not-for-profit businesses, actually, they do not aim to make profits. Their objective is to achieve members' welfare and social welfare. Right. Now, what are the for-profit businesses out of these businesses? You can take sole proprietorship and also partnership and incorporated company, as well as, remember, state company. Now, even though this business is owned by the government, this is a for-profit business. That means this business aims to make profits. Right. These businesses are actually private sector businesses. This business is a public sector business. Right. Now, what are the not-for-profit businesses? You can take cooperative society and other associations under private sector businesses. These two are private sector businesses. And from the government sector, from the public sector, you can write state department and state corporation, right? These two businesses are public sector businesses. Right. Now, the next question, for-profit private sector. Right. So you can write sole proprietorship, right? Partnership, and also incorporated company, right? And then for-profit public sector businesses, we have only one, that is state company. Then not-for-profit private sector businesses are cooperative society and other association, right? And then not-for-profit public sector businesses are state departments and state corporation. And finally, the most commonly seen business type is actually sole proprietorship. 62, question number 62. Write two common disadvantages of sole proprietorship and partnership. Now, when we consider these two businesses, actually these two businesses have three, right? Three common disadvantages, right? What are they? Number one, you can say these businesses liability, the owner's liability is unlimited. So you can say unlimited liability of owners or owner, right? If it is a sole proprietorship, you can say owner. And if it is a partnership, you can say owners, right? And also you can say, if we consider the legal personality of these two businesses, there is no legal personality for these two businesses. So you can say not having legal personality, right? Not having or no legal personality, legal personality.. And also, sorry. personality. Also, you can write not having a continued existence. Not having, or you can say just simply no continued existence. Not having continued existence. Right? So these three disadvantages are common to these two businesses, sole proprietorship and partnership. Right. The next question is, write a common advantage between these two businesses. Right. Now, the common advantage is actually easy to commence. Commence means start. Both of these businesses are easy to commence, easy to start. Right? So that's the common advantage. Right. Then write two special characteristics of sole proprietorship. Right. Now, when you take a sole proprietorship, these are the special characteristics. Now, what's the meaning of special characteristics? That means these characteristics are unique to the sole proprietorship business. Right? That means other businesses do not have these characteristics. So the best characteristic is having one owner. Right? Sole proprietorship වලට විතරයි තනි owner කෙනෙක්, එක owner කෙනෙක් ඉන්නේ. අනික හැම business වලටම owners ලා එක්කෙනෙකුට වැඩියෙන් කීප දෙනෙක් තමයි අනික business වල ඉන්නේ. ඒ නිසා having one owner කියන්නේ sole proprietorships වලටම සීමා වෙච්ච special characteristic එකක්. Right, then you can write also all the profits belong to the owner, right? All the profits belong to one owner, or you can say even independent decision making, because we cannot see independent decision making in any other business. Partnerships, incorporated companies, these public sector businesses, right? So you can say independent decision making. ස්වාධීන තීරණ ගැනීම. The owner can take independent decisions because there is only one owner, right? Right. Next question. Write two advantages of sole proprietorship when compared to other types of businesses. So obviously you can write independent decision making because when you consider sole proprietorship, we have this advantage only in sole proprietorship. And then you can say this one, this particular advantage, all the profits belong to one owner or single owner, right? Now, if you consider the other businesses, the profit should be shared among the owners. If you take partnership, the profit should be shared among partners. Even if you take incorporated company, the profit should be shared among shareholders, right? So likewise, when we consider other types of businesses, the profit should be shared. But only in this business, all the profits belong to only one person, only one owner. Right. So these are the two advantages which are, which are limited to a sole proprietorship, right? Now, if you write easy to commence here, your answer will be wrong. Why? Because we can see easy to commence both in sole proprietorship as well as partnerships. So you have to write, only an advantage which is only limited to sole proprietorship, right? So always read the question properly. It's clearly said when compared to other types of businesses. So if you are given words like this, you cannot write any common advantages, right? Write two special characteristics of partnership. Right now, when you consider a partnership, there is a special characteristic, that is having 2 to 20 partners. There is a limit for the number of owners in a partnership. So this becomes a special characteristic of partnership. Now, the owners of a partnership are called partners, right? Do you remember? They are called partners, right? The second characteristic is having a partnership agreement, right? There should be an agreement between partners regarding the share of profit, amount of capital invested, or in any business related important things. There should be an agreement between partners or the owners. So having a partnership agreement. Now here, don't write partnership deed, because partnership deed comes under a special situation, right? So we'll recall about the partnership deed later on. So make sure to write just the agreement word, not the deed, right? Don't say partnership deed. It has to be partnership agreement. Partnership deed is also a partnership agreement, and simply actually a written partnership agreement is called a partnership deed, right? So here you have to generalize and put the words because partnership deed comes under a special situation, a special condition. Therefore, you have to write just having a partnership agreement, right? The second 67th question, right? Two advantages of partnerships when compared to sole proprietorship. So you have to compare the partnership with sole proprietorships, and you have to write two advantages that cannot be seen in sole proprietorship but can be seen in partnership. So as the first point, you can nicely say collective decision making, right? Collective decision making. 2 to 20 partners are there. So the partners can make decisions collectively. But when you take a sole proprietorship, there is only one person. So there is only independent decision making. There is no collective decision making. So collective decision making also is an advantage, right? Second one. What is the second one? Actually, you can write this point, because when you compare with the sole proprietorship, obviously partnerships can raise more capital because there are 2 to 20 owners. So more people can introduce capital to the business. But if you take a sole proprietorship, there is only one person to introduce capital to the business. So in that case, we can say more capital can be raised when compared with the sole proprietorships. Or can raise more capital. Let's write like that. Can raise more capital. Also, you can write shared liability among partners, right? Right, now we have written 2 points. So let's move on to the next question. The number of partners in a partnership, yes, you already know, minimum 2 and maximum 20, right? There is a limit, maximum 20, minimum 2, right? Now, in the next question, you can see, that question is related to partnership deed, right? Let's go through. As per the Prevention of Fraud Ordinance, remember the name of this law? As per the Prevention of Fraud Ordinance, if the capital, which capital now? There's a fill in the blank question. This is a fill in the blank question. You have to say initial, right? Initial capital, startup capital, right? Of the partnership is greater than how much of rupees? Do you remember? It's just 1,000, right? So if the initial capital of a partnership is greater than 1,000 rupees, there should be a space between A and partnership. A partnership is required to have a written agreement, which is known as partnership deed. So according to this law only, the partnership deed comes. So that's why I asked you to write partnership agreement when you're asked to write special characteristics, right? So obviously when we consider partnership, nowadays obviously the initial capital is more than 1,000 rupees. So it's like every partnership needs to have a partnership deed. So in simple terms, if I ask you what is a partnership deed, you can tell it's a written agreement between partners of a partnership. What is a partnership deed? It's a written agreement between the partners or among the partners of a partnership, right? Then next question. According to which law there should be two members minimum? Members means actually they should be partners, right? Members means here it's about partners, right? Minimum 2 partners and maximum 20 partners to commence partnership, right? This is very important point. Remember, according to Companies Act only, right? Your answer should be Companies Act number 7 of 2007, because under this law only, the limit of partners in a partnership is mentioned, right? So remember this. Right now, there is a question saying what is a partnership deed? So I told you before. So let's write in simple terms, right? Partnership deed is a written agreement among partners, that means owners of a partnership. Right. This is the question, the answer. Okay, next question. Write the special characteristics of incorporated companies. Now, when you consider the companies, incorporated companies, one of the special characteristic is capital is raised by what? By issuing shares. Issuing shares, right? And the other one is actually, what is it? Incorporation. Incorporation under which law? Companies Act. C should be capital. A should be capital. Companies Act number 7 of 2007, right? So these two are special for the incorporated companies. And when you consider incorporated companies, there are two types of incorporated companies. Do you remember? It's private limited companies and also public limited companies. Now, don't get confused with the word public, right? Public doesn't means government here, right? This is merely private sector business, right? Incorporated companies are private sector businesses. Anyhow, the difference between these two types is when you consider a private limited company, the capital is raised by issuing shares to the known people. But when you consider the public limited companies, the capital is raised by issuing shares to the whole public, the public, Mahajanatava, right? So that's the difference, right? Next question is two advantages of incorporated companies. Okay, now do you remember there were three disadvantages which are common to sole proprietorship and partnership? Recall: unlimited liability, no legal personality, and also no continued existence, right? Now, when you consider an incorporated company, right, the opposites of these terms become the advantages of incorporated company. That means unlimited liability, opposite is what? Having a limited liability, right? You can say or just limited liability even okay, but let's write this verb: having a limited, right? Unlimited is unlimited liability for sole proprietorship and partnerships. No. Now, when it comes to incorporated company, you can say the opposite, that is limited liability, right? Having a limited liability actually limited liability of the shareholders, right? I write the full sentence. Having a limited liability of the owners, of course, okay. But in these businesses, the owners are called shareholders. So we can say shareholders here. One word, right? Having a limited liability of shareholders. Or you can just say limited liability of shareholders. And also there is a legal personality for incorporated companies. So you can say having legal personality, right? Now, if you recall about the sole proprietorship and partnerships, they do not have legal personality, but these businesses, they have the legal personality. This business type has the legal personality, and also this business type has continued existence, having continued existence. Okay, so that's the advantages of incorporated companies. So these are the best ones, right? There are few more under in your textbook, but anyhow, these are the best one, and you can easily remember this by comparing with when you compare with the sole proprietorship and partnerships. Okay, right. 74. Private sector business organization that can raise a large amount of capital is obviously incorporated companies. Companies, or you can say company, because it says a private sector business. So let's write company, right? Then incorporated company can use its business name in legal operations, obviously. Now, legal operations such as filing a case, purchasing a land, opening a bank account, entering into a legal contract, right? So this is actually called legal personality, right? Because of having legal personality only, an incorporated company can use its business name in legal operations. Okay, so legal personality. Right. The next one, an incorporated company is, it's an MCQ. Let's go through the answers. Incorporated under the Cooperative Societies Act. No, it is incorporated under Companies Act. So this is out. Owned by its members, and all the assets are also owned by all the members. We don't call owners of the incorporated company as members. So this sounds like wrong, right? Then classified under public sector businesses. No, this is a private sector business. So third one also wrong. Then probably fourth should be our answer. Let's see. Considered as a legal person in the presence of law. Yeah. Because incorporated company is considered as a legal person in the presence of law, we call it incorporated company, and incorporated company has the legal personality. That's the meaning of having legal personality. The business is regarded as a legal person in the presence of law. That's why an incorporated company can use its business name in legal operations. Right. So our answer should be 4. Right. Next one. Deshan PVT Ltd means private limited. So this is obviously an incorporated company. Right. What's the next question? Write 2 businesses which have legal personality. Obviously, you can write as the first business, now, incorporated companies, right? Incorporated company. And shall we write one more? Right. Now, according to your syllabus, you can, write the state corporation as a business which has legal personality. State corporation, right? Right. Write 2 businesses which do not have legal personality. Obviously, you can write sole proprietorships, partnership, right? These 2 businesses do not have legal personality. And just remember this business as well. It's state departments. State department, right? But when you are to write 2 businesses, just give the priority to sole proprietorship and partnership. Okay. Anyhow, the next question is write 2 businesses which do not have which have continued existence. So again, you can say these 2 businesses, incorporated company and state corporation, right? I write in singular company, right? So you can write incorporated company and state corporation. State corporations belong to public sector, government sector, so definitely they have continued existence. Right. Write 2 businesses which do not have continued existence. Obviously, you can pick sole proprietorship and partnership. But please remember, don't write State Department here because they have continued existence because of its being a public sector business, right? The next question, write two special characteristics of cooperative societies. Right. Right. What can you say? One of the easiest special characteristic to remember is democratic control, having democratic control, right? So let's write democratic control. And remember, this becomes an advantage of cooperative society as well. Democratic control. And also you can say collective ownership of members. Collective ownership of members, right? Collective ownership of members. Members are the owners of cooperative societies. Minimum number of members required to commence a cooperative society is. Now, to start a cooperative society, at least there should be 10 owners, 10 members, right? Then cooperative societies are public sector? No. A lot of students confused with this. Actually, cooperative societies are not public sector businesses. They are not belong to the government. These are merely private sector businesses, right? පෞද්ගලිකාංශයේ ව්‍යාපාරයක් cooperative society කියන්නේ සිංහලෙන් කියනවා සමුපාකාර සමිති. So remember, it's not a public sector, it's a private sector. Is this a for-profit business? No, it's a not-for-profit business. And about this, answer, not mandatory to register. No, these businesses are mandatory, compulsory to register under Cooperative Societies Act. So this is also wrong. The fourth one is the correct one because there should be at least 10 members to start a cooperative society. So required to be started with at least 10 members is our answer. Right, next one. Write to objectives of an association. Obviously, the main objective of an association is members' welfare. Members' welfare. Welfare, right? Or well-being of the members, or welfare of members. And then secondly, there can be social welfare as well. So you can write social welfare, right? So instead of welfare, you can say well-being also, right? Well-being, B-E-I-N-G, well-being, right? Next question. Write to businesses which have limited capital, right? So what are the businesses that have only, a limited capital? Obviously, you can say as the first business, sole proprietorship. Why? Because there is only one owner. So definitely, the capital raised is kind of limited. And what's the other business? It is actually cooperative societies. You know why? The capital of a cooperative society is raised by the membership fee. Now, relatively, membership fee is a relatively less amount. Small amount. Therefore, the raised capital can be limited. Right. Now, next question is write differences between, let's write only two, right? Write two differences between state corporation and state departments. Right. Now, when you consider state corporations, for the state corporations have a legal personality, but state departments normally do not have a legal personality. The other point is
state corporations are fully or majority is owned by the government. But when you take a department, it is always fully owned by the government. It is always fully owned by the government. අනිකර රජයට අයිති ව්‍යාපාරයක් තමයි department කියන්නේ. හැබැයි corporations වලදී සමහර වෙලාවට private sector එකේ involvement එකක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන් ownership එකට. Right, 88. State corporations commence under a general law special what? Parliament Act. Then state corporations is also known as authority, board, bureau, and commission. So remember these words. Now, when it comes to corporations, there are 4 other names. Corporations are also known as authorities, boards, bureaus, and also commissions, right? In legal activities, space represents the State Department using his designation. This should be head of the department. Head of the department. Right. Right to businesses which are managed by board of directors. So we have actually 3 businesses that are managed by board of directors. First one is what? It's incorporated companies. The next business is cooperative societies. And then you can write state corporations. Right? So these are the businesses that are managed by a board of directors. Right, next one you have to match. Now, by looking at the business name, you can predict the business type. You can tell the business type. You should be able to tell the business type, right? Right, now when you take, the first business name, brothers. If you have brothers or sons in the business name, it's probably a partnership. So we have partnerships here, partnership F, right? Amal stores. Now, when you have a single name of a person in the business name, probably it's a sole proprietorship, right? Here we have D. Sanasa, obviously we know it's a cooperative society. So G. Championship, champions, sport club. Now sport clubs are other associations, right? So it's B. Then Richard Pearce and Company PLC. Now when you see the word PLC, the meaning here is public limited company. We know public limited company is an incorporated company. Therefore, you can write A here. Road Development Authority, do you remember? We just discussed this. If you have authority, that means it's a corporation, because a corporation is also known as authority, board, bureau, and commission, right? So you can write for 6, it's state corporation, C. And Department of Ayurveda, obviously, when you see the word department, that is a state department. Which letter is remaining? It's E, state department, right? E. C6, E, it's 7. Right. Now, next question. Right, now you can see the answers actually. This is a revision. So you should know the laws, relevant laws of, types of businesses, each type of business. Now, when you take the sole proprietorship, the only law that affects, sole proprietorship according to our syllabus is business name ordinance. And when you take partnership, actually, there are 4 laws that affect to partnerships.
Partnership Ordinance of 1890, Prevention of Fraud Ordinance. Do you remember under this law only the partnership deed comes, right? This law, talks about partnership deed. And then Companies Act number 7 of 2007. Under this law, we can see the limit of partners, right? Saying there are 2 to 20 partners in a partnership. And then the Business Name Ordinance affect the business name registration. Even sole proprietorship, Business Name Ordinance affects to the registration of the business name of the sole proprietorship, right? And then incorporated company, the main law that the law that affects incorporated companies is Companies Act number 7 of 2007. And the law that affects the cooperative society is Cooperative Societies Act number 5 of 1972. So you need to remember the number and the year, right? So remember it, and when you write a law, especially these two laws, right, you have to write the number and the year, right? Right, next one. So when it comes to business registration, actually, it is mandatory when it comes to an incorporated company. Remember, it's mandatory to register this business under Companies Act number 7 of 2007. And cooperative spelling is wrong, double O, right? Cooperative, right? So when it comes to a cooperative society, it is also mandated to register under Cooperative Societies Act. And what's the number? Number 5. And what's the year? Remember, 1972. Right, 1972. Right, now 95th question. Business name registration. Right, now when it comes to the registration of the business name, you should know about this information, right? That is actually both sole proprietorship and partnership are mandated to register their business name, right? Business name. If the business is conducted in a different name other than the full name of its owner or owners, according to which law? According to Business Name Ordinance. Okay, right. Next question. Certificate of registration of business name is issued by, remember, Divisional Secretariat Office. Divisional Secretariat Office. Okay. And then the authorized officer to register business names is Business Name Registrar of Provincial Council. Business Name Registrar of Provincial Council. Right? Then the fee charged for the business name registration is determined by the relevant provincial council. Relevant provincial council. So these things will be tested under your MCQs, or maybe 2 or 4 sentences, statements. Okay. Right. Next question. Write 2 advantages of registering a business name. Right. Basically, if a business name is registered, that business can easily obtain loans. Right, so easy to obtain loans, and also this will provide identity and recognition for the business. Okay, right. Next question. Write the basis of classifying businesses. Right, so there are three bases used to classify businesses: based on ownership, objective, and scale. Right? Do you remember? Based on ownership, there are two types: private sector businesses, public sector businesses. Based on objective, there are two types: for-profit businesses and what is the other one? Not for-profit businesses. Then based on the scale, again, two types of businesses are there, right? Small and medium scale businesses and then large scale businesses, right? So the basis of classifying businesses are ownership, objective, and scale. Right, the next question. Write the factors that should be considered when selecting an appropriate type of business. Right, now notice this. Objective and scale. Can you see it is also common to basis of classifying businesses? So a lot of students confuse these two, right? The basis of classifying businesses and these factors that should be considered. So don't get confused. Remember, the factors that should be considered are objective, scale, and the other one is not ownership. It is actually who will perform the management activities, or in short terms, you can say just management, right? So these are the factors that a business, the individual or the group of individuals who are trying to start a business should consider when selecting a type of business. Okay, right. Okay, next question. Write two criteria to determine the scale of a business. Yes, we know that there are two types of businesses based on the scale: small and medium scale businesses and the large scale businesses, right? Now, for us to determine whether the business is a small and medium scale business or a large scale business, we need to use these criteria. There are four criteria, right? So you can say based on the amount of capital invested, we can determine the scale of a business, and also number of employees. Do you remember the other two criteria that is used to determine the scale of a business? That is actually amount of energy used and also market share of the business, right? Right, now also regarding the scale of a business, remember this point as well, right? Now, according to Census and Statistics Department, if a business employs less than 25 employees, normally we consider that business as a is considered as a small scale business, right? A small scale business. Okay. Right, next question. Right, now actually we are going to do questions from our grade 11 syllabus, right? So you know that under grade 11 syllabus, there are 4 business studies chapters. Trade and supporting services, that is chapter 1, then chapter 2, management, and chapter 3, marketing, and finally the last chapter in the grade 11 syllabus, chapter 8, investment. Okay, right. So the first question under chapter 1, trade and supporting services, is what is trade? So basically, trade is buying and selling. Buying and selling what? Goods and services. It's buying and selling goods and services. Right. The next question is classify the trade. Right. Now, when we are to classify the trade, basically we divide trade into two sectors, two sections: domestic trade and the international trade. So what's the meaning of domestic trade? This is the trade happens within a country. So when we take domestic trade, again this This is divided into two parts, retail trade and the wholesale trade. Okay. And then international trade, right? International trade means the trade happens between a particular country and other foreign countries, between the country and foreign countries. So again, we divide international trade into two parts, export trade and import trade. Okay. Right. Next question. What is retail trade? Right. Now you should know the definition of retail trade as well as wholesale trade. So retail trade is basically selling goods and services. We have to use both goods and services here for the final consumption. Right. This term is a must for the final consumption. Right. Selling goods and services for the final consumption. Now, on the other hand, what is wholesale trade? Wholesale trade is actually selling, or you can say purchasing even. Anyhow, let's use selling goods. Basically, it's goods, right? For the purpose of reselling. Okay, reselling, right? Then three main types of retailers, right? When we take retailers, basically there are three types of retailers. Fixed large scale retailers like supermarkets. They are fixed to a certain location and they in the scale wise they are large, right? Then there is there are fixed small scale retailers, right? They are fixed to a certain location, but they are small scale. So like groceries, Mudalali's Kade, right? Like groceries. And then small scale mobile retailers, right? They travel from one location to another. And also they are small scale retailers. So example, peddlers. People who sell things from house to a house or fair to a fair. Likewise, they are mobile, right? They travel. Okay, right. Next question. Write two characteristics of retail business. Now, as the best characteristic, you can use the definition of retail trade. That is actually selling goods and services for the final consumption. And also you can say that under retail trade, actually different types of goods are sold. So you can say selling different types of goods and even services, right? Basically, let's use goods, right? Now, when you go to a supermarket, you can see that there are different types of goods. Right. Next question. Write two characteristics of wholesale trade. Right. Now, similar to retail trade, you can use the definition as a characteristic, that is selling goods for the purpose of reselling. Right. And also, in contrast to this point, you can say selling limited types of goods. Only one or limited types of goods are sold, under wholesale trade. Right. Next question. Write two advantages of retail. And the other question is write two advantages of wholesale trade. Right. Now, when it comes to retail trade, we can say that retailers actually introduce new goods to the consumers. And also they inform consumer feedback to producers. Right. Now, advantages of wholesale trade is not mentioned in your textbook, but simply you can say the wholesale price is always, relatively low than the retail price. That is because of, the wholesalers normally give trade discounts to its customers. So anyhow, since there is no advantages under wholesale trade in our textbook, I just wrote as a second point saying trade discounts are given. But these 2 points sounds like similar because they are related, but not that similar. So therefore, I just wrote them as 2 separate points, right? Right. Next question, write differences between retail trade and wholesale trade. So as I told you before, again, use the definition to differentiate. That's the best point, right? So on the retail side, you can say selling goods for the final consumption, and on the wholesale trade side, you can say selling goods for the purpose of reselling. And then again, that point, selling different types of goods under retail and selling limited types of goods under wholesale trade. Right. Next question. Now these questions are from banking services, right? Do you remember banking services? Basically, we have 2 types of banking services: services related to deposits and services related to what? Electronic cash, right? So here, the first question is write 2 advantages of savings accounts. Obviously, we know that a savings account holder receives interest income. So receiving an interest income. And also, the account holder can deposit or even withdraw money at any time, right? So these are the basic 2 advantages, and there are more advantages, but let's stick to 2 now, right? Then next one, 2 advantages of current accounts. Now remember, in current accounts there is no interest. No interest is given to a current account holder. But there are specifically unique 2 advantages are there. The first advantage is can make payments via checks. The current account holder can make payments via checks and also can obtain bank overdraft facility, right? The current account holder can obtain bank overdraft facilities through a current account. Right now, these 2 advantages are not given under savings account. So these are special advantages of a current account, right? Remember it. Next one, write 2 situations where bank charges are charged from a current account, right? Normally we know even in a savings account, the bank charges are charged, right? Now, especially in current accounts, the bank charges are charged when issuing checkbooks. Okay, when issuing checkbooks, and also when standing orders are activated. Even in current accounts, when we activate a standing order, we are charged a certain fee, a certain charge, right? So when standing orders are activated, right? Next one, write 2 advantages of fixed deposits. Now, these are actually savings accounts, current accounts, and fixed deposits are the services related to deposits, right? So what are the 2 advantages of fixed deposits? Number 1, it's about the interest. So when you deposit money in a fixed deposit, you can earn more interest than a normal savings account because the interest rate is higher when it comes to a fixed deposit than a normal savings account. So that should be your first advantage, first best advantage, right? Receiving a higher interest rate compared to a normal savings account, right? Then also the fixed deposit certificate can be kept as a collateral, a security when obtaining loans. හරි fixed deposit certificate එක තියන්න පුළුවන් අපිට ඇපයක් විදියට ණය ලබා ගනිද්දී. Right. Collateral. Right? It's a it can be kept as a collateral when obtaining loans. Right. So we went through, two advantages of current accounts, also savings accounts and fixed deposits. Right. Then let's go to the next question. Two characteristics now, right? Characteristics of fixed deposit. Now, when you compare the fixed deposit with the savings account, even current account, there is a very special characteristic for fixed deposits. That is actually fixed deposits are maintained for a certain time period. Normally, it starts with 1 month, maybe 3 months, 6 months, up to 5 years. There is a specific time period that we maintain our fixed deposit. So that's the best characteristic of fixed deposit. Okay, maintaining the deposit for a certain time period, of time. And then as a characteristic, you can tell this, about the collateral thing, right? Can be kept as a collateral when obtaining loans. Okay, that is of course okay for a characteristic. Or you can talk about the interest. There is a higher interest rate compared to a normal savings account. Likewise. Okay. Now, next question. Two similarities between a savings account and a fixed deposit. Right. Obviously, you understand that both, savings account and fixed deposit offers interest income. No, so we can earn interest income from both sources. Right. Both are investment methods. Savings account and fixed deposit are investment methods. And then can be kept as can be opened at any bank. You can open a savings account, even a fixed deposit at any bank. What do you mean by any bank? Because normally there are two types of banks, no? Commercial banks and non-commercial banks. Now you can't open a current account at a non-commercial bank. You have to go for a commercial bank. But when it comes to savings account and fixed deposit, you can open at any bank. Okay, right. Next question. Two similarities between savings account and current account. Both are accounts, right? Okay, now here you cannot take interest, right? Because we know that in current accounts, there is no interest given. But you can tell this point. You can deposit checks in savings accounts as well as current accounts. Okay, and also you can activate standing orders in both accounts, under both accounts. And also you can obtain debit card, right? Can obtain debit card. Okay, next question is you have to write two differences between the savings account and the fixed deposit. Okay, now when it comes to differences, obviously the main element that you are going to use to differentiate is the interest. That's the best point. So on the savings account side, you can say low interest rate when compared to fixed deposit, and on the fixed deposit side, you can say higher interest rate when compared to a normal savings account. And also you can say that under savings account not maintained for a certain time period, and fixed deposit side maintained for a specific or certain time period. Okay, right. But the next question, two differences between the savings account and current account. Right, differences. Right, now obviously you can use interest to differentiate. Under savings account, interest income is received, right? Under current accounts, you can say interest income is not received. Right. Now, also you can say cannot obtain the bank overdraft facility under savings and can obtain bank overdraft facility under current account. Okay. Right. Next question. Two differences between the fixed deposits and the current accounts. Okay. Again, use interest to differentiate. So under fixed deposit, you can say interest income is received, but current accounts, no interest is given. So interest income is not received. And you can say fixed deposits are maintained for a certain period, and current accounts are not maintained for a certain period. Okay, next question. What is a check? This is a popular definition. Okay, what is a check? A check, right? A check is what? It is a written order. Okay, it's a written order. Issued to whom? Issued to the bank. Right? By whom? By the current account holder. Right? So this is a written order issued to the bank by the current account holder. To do what? To pay a certain amount of money. Right? To pay a certain amount of money to whom? To the individual whose name is written on the check, or to the bearer of the check. Right? Now, the individual whose name is written on the check is called, do you remember? Payee. Right? And the current account holder is called the drawer. And the current account holder's bank, or the drawer's bank, is called drawee. So my next question is, write the parties involved in a check transaction. Drawer, that's the current account holder. Drawee, it's the drawer's bank. Always remember, this is the bank of drawer. Right? And payee, you know, this is the person who receives money, which is mentioned in the check. Right, next question, who is the drawer? The drawer is the person who writes and signs a check. So basically, it's the current account holder. Then who or what is, who is the drawee, right? Let's forget about what. Who is the drawee, right? The drawee is the bank in which current account is maintained. So that's why I told you it's the drawer's bank or the current account holder's bank. It's the current account holder's bank. Right. Who is payee? The payee is the person whose name is written on the check and has the right to receive the payment mentioned in the check. Okay. Right. Next one. Write 2 important facts to consider when writing a check. Right. Now, when we write a check, we need to write the date accurately. We need to write the name of the payee accurately. We need to write the value, the amount, right? Both in, letters and figures, numbers accurately. So likewise, there are, facts that we have to consider when we write a check. Right, now next question, name A to H of the above check. Now this check is actually given in your textbook, right? This is the check which is given in your textbook, right? Now what is A, right? Before talking about A, B, C, D, this whole thing is called, do you remember? MICR. What is MICR? Magnetic ink character recognition. So this whole number set is called MICR, right? So this space is called MICR space, magnetic ink character recognition space. Okay, right. And also before before naming these letters, remember this part of the check is called counterfoil. Do you remember the counterfoil? Counterfoil is what? It's a source document, right? It's a source document of issue of a check, right? Check එකක් issue කරනකොට පාවිච්චි කරන source document එක තමයි counterfoil කියන්නේ. එතකොට මෙන්න මෙතන තියෙන broken lines. I mean මෙතනින් අපිට ඉරලා check එක issue කරනවා paid. හරි? එතකොට මේ part එක අපි check book එකත් එක්ක තියාගන්නවා. So the counterfoil is the part that remains when a check is issued with the checkbook. The part that remains with the checkbook when a check is issued. We call it what? Counterfoil. Okay, now let's name A. Now look at A. A is actually called what? Do you remember? Check number. You call it check number, right? And also remember, this check number is also printed on the counterfoil, right? The check number is printed on the counterfoil as well as on the face of a check, right? So A means counterfoil, sorry, check number, right? It's check number. Check number is printed on the counterfoil as well as on the face of the check, right? So in the MICR, the first number set is called the check number, right? Now next number set, actually even though you see as single number set, there are two parts here, and these two parts are connected with a dash in the middle. Can you see? Right? So the first part is called, right? That is B. It is the bank number. Remember, this is the bank number. Now, what is the bank here? Right? The current account holders bank is BOC here. So this is the number of BOC, right? And then next part is actually the bank's branch number, right? What's a branch here? It's Dikwella, right? Dikwella branch. So this is the number of Dikwella branch. Okay, so let's write C, right? C is bank branch number. And then D is the last set of number in MICR. It is actually the account number, bank account number, bank account number. That is this current account number, current account number. So we can say bank account number. Fine. Then, so we wrote up to D. So where is our E? It's over here. Now this is actually the date. So this is the date that the check is issued. Right now on 16th of January, right, this year 20XX, Prabhat issued or issues a check to Sarat Siriman, right? So this is our date, right? The next letter is here. So F is let's mark F near BOC, right? Okay. So what is this? This is actually the Drovey, right? The Drovers Bank, Drovey. So F is Drovey, right? And A, B, C, D, E, F, G. G is near Sarat Siriman. Pay Sarat Siriman means this is our pay. Sarat receives money which is mentioned on this check, right? That is 80,000 rupees. So Sarat is the pay here. And then final letter H is near Prabhat Navaratna. So Prabhat is our drover. Prabhat is the person who writes and signs the check. This is his signature actually, right? So this is our drover. Okay, drover's signature actually, right? This is drover's signature. Right. So you can say drover or drover's signature. Fine, that's it. So these are the basic parts of a check, right? So remember this. Right, next question. What is the counterfoil? You know, I just told. So let's go through. The counterfoil is the part that remains in the checkbook when a check is issued, right? And also remember, counterfoil acts as a source document of bank account. It's a source document of record in check issue of check. Right, this part is not here. It's a mistake, right? Let's remove it. Fine. Then, what is crossing a check? Right, now we are going to revise check crossing. Okay, right, crossing a check is drawn into parallel lines on the face of a check. Now, when we take the previous check, right? So what do you mean by crossing a check? You need to draw two parallel lines. Do you remember about the parallel lines? Right? Just parallel lines on the face of a check. Now, here actually you can draw the parallel lines here like this. Right? So this is actually called crossing a check. Right? And then what's the purpose of crossing a check? Basically, it is to provide more security for the check. So you can secure your check when you cross a check. How come? Right, here is the explanation. When a check is crossed, right? So when you put a cross like the previous one, it cannot be encashed. Right? What do you mean by encashed? That means you cannot convert the check into cash over the counter. Now, when a check is crossed, you cannot encash the cross check over the counter at once. What do you have to do now? The cross check should be deposited into a bank account to obtain the money. So if a check is crossed, you need to deposit that check into a bank account, and then only you can obtain money. Right? Fine. Then it said, therefore, crossing a check ensures the amount mentioned in the check will be given to the relevant person only. right? So this is for your revision. So basic purpose of crossing a check is to actually provide security. So how come the security is provided by crossing a check? If there is a cross check, you cannot encash that check over the counter. You need to deposit that check into a bank account, and from the bank account only, you can obtain the money. Okay, right. Next, there are two types of crossing a check. There is a general way to cross a check and a special way to cross a check. So we call it general crossing and special crossing. Okay, there are two types of check crossings, general crossing and the special crossing. Right, what is a general crossing? General crossing is drove into parallel lines. Obviously, drove into parallel lines on the face of a check is known as crossing a check. Now, to become a general crossing, you have to have these words in your definition. With or without including a condition inside. Inside means inside the parallel lines. Okay. So you have to draw parallel lines, right? You can write a condition inside the parallel line, or you can keep it empty without writing a condition inside. Right, my lines are not parallel, right? Okay, anyhow, you can keep it empty like this, or you can put a condition inside the parallel lines. So this is a general crossing. What is a general crossing? Drove into parallel lines on the face of a check with or without including a condition inside the parallel lines. So can you see? Let's actually go through the special crossing as well, right? So on the other hand, what's a special crossing? Special crossing is specifically mentioning the name of a bank, right? You have to mention the name of a bank where obviously on the face of a check, right? On the face of a check, inside the parallel lines or without the parallel lines. See the difference, right? Inside the parallel lines or without the parallel lines. Now that means basically, once you draw the parallel lines, you can mention the name of a bank, like let's say People's Bank, right? People's Bank. Or without parallel lines, of course, you can mention just the bank name, right? Like this. Just, write in the bank's name. People's Bank, Bank of Ceylon, Sampath Bank, likewise. Okay. Now, this is called a special crossing. Okay, this is a special crossing, right? So to become a special crossing, there should be the bank name, right? In the crossing, there should be a name of a bank to qualify as a special crossing. Okay, right. Now let's go for the next question. You need to select the general crossings. Okay, right. Now what is the first one? There's a condition inside. It says account pay only. What's the meaning here? Now, let's say if you consider the check that we discussed, do you remember the pay's name? Sarat Siriman. So now let's say this crossing was mentioned on the face of that check, right? So what's the meaning? This Sarat has to deposit this check in his account, right? In his account to obtain the money.
he has to specifically deposit the check in one of his accounts. And then only he can obtain money, right? So this check should be deposited in the payee's account, not any other account, payee's account to obtain the money. Obviously, when there is a cross check, you need to deposit that check into a bank account. No. Now this bank account should be specifically accounts payee's account. Payee's account. It should be specifically payee's account. Do you get me? Right? If I explain by mixing Sinhala, then accounts payee only කියන condition එක general question එක තිබ්බහම එකකින් තේරුම ඒ check එක payee ගේ account එක අනිවාර්යෙන් deposit කරන්න ඕනේ. වෙන account එක බෑ එයාගේම account එක deposit කරලා සල්ලි ගන්න ඕනේ කියන එකයි තේරුම. Right. Now, what about B? B is also a general crossing. There is no condition inside, so this is a general crossing. What about C? You can see a condition as well as the bank name. Remember, when you see a bank name with a condition, we classify this as a special crossing. Don't get confused, right? When you see the bank name, just understand that it's a special crossing, okay? Even though there is a condition inside the parallel lines. So this is a special crossing. Obviously, D is again a special crossing, right? No parallel lines, but have mentioned a bank name. Okay, so the answer should be A and B, no? Right? These are the general crossings. Okay, next question. What is check endorsement? Right now, there is something called check crossing, and also there is something called check endorsement. So you know what a check crossing is. What about check endorsement? Now here what happens is, check endorsement is basically writing the name of the payee. Remember, it's the name of the payee. If you recall about the last check, can you remember? Sarath Sirimana was the payee, right? So what happens here? Writing the name of the payee, right? Let's highlight this, right? Name of the payee. And then as mentioned on the face of the check. So it was mentioned as Sarath Sirimana, right? Okay. At the back of it. What do you mean by at the back of it? That means at the back of the check. So at the back of the check, right? Name of the payee is written as mentioned on the face of the check. By whom now? By the handwriting of the payee himself, right? So basically, payee writes its name as mentioned on the face of the check at the back of the check. And this is called check endorsement. Okay, that is check endorsement. Okay, next question. Write to situations, right? Write to situations where a check is endorsed. Basically, a check is endorsed when the check is deposited into a bank account. Now, especially when the check is crossed, we have to deposit that check into a bank account. So in this case, we need to endorse. So who does the endorsement? It's the payee, right?
And also when transferring a received check to another party, we actually can transfer checks. So when we transfer a received check to another party, again the payee has to do the endorsement. Okay, right. Next question. Incorrect statement regarding banking services. Okay. Ability to deposit or withdraw money at any time. Let's say it is able to deposit or withdraw money at any time in a savings account. Of course, right? We can do this. This is true. In a fixed deposit, the interest rate varies, right? That means changes depending on the deposit period. Of course, this is again true. Remember, longer the deposit period, right? Longer the deposit period, higher the interest rate when it comes to fixed deposits. When it comes to fixed deposits, okay? That means, for example, let's say interest rate for a 1 year fixed deposit is always greater than interest rate for 1 month fixed deposit. So remember, this sentence is very true. Hari, this is true. Next, on savings, deposit can be kept as a collateral when obtaining loans. Oh no, right? It's no, right? No. You cannot keep a savings deposit as a collateral, right? Even current account deposit as a collateral. We can keep the fixed deposit as a collateral. Okay, right. Next one, bank will charge a fee if the balance in the current account reduces below a certain minimum level. Yes, this is true. We know that bank charges are charged when issuing checkbooks, and also when standing orders are activated, right? And also this sentence also true. So obviously we found our incorrect statement and it is third one. Right, next question. In the character recognition space, that is actually magnetic ink character recognition space, MICR, of a check, the third set of numbers, actually from, let's say, from left to right, right? Left to right. The third set of numbers is always, do you remember? Bank branch number. Right. Select the correct special crossing, right? Correct special crossing. First one is a general crossing. There is no condition inside, only the parallel lines. Next one is, again, general crossing. There is a condition inside the parallel lines. And third one is a special crossing without parallel lines. This must be the answer, because when you see the fourth one, it's just a condition. If you include a condition, there should be parallel lines, right? So this is a wrong crossing, right? This is a wrong crossing actually. And first two ones are general crossings. Right, next question. Not an advantage of current accounts. Ability to make payments via checks, yes, of course. Ability to collect remittances, yes. Both in current accounts and savings accounts, the account holder can collect remittances, direct remittances, right? And ability to obtain bank overdraft facility in current accounts, of course, it's an advantage. But this one is incorrect because there is no interest given in current accounts. So ability to earn interest income is a wrong sentence. So this is it. This is not an advantage. This is actually true for savings account or a fixed deposit. Next question. Incorrect statement regarding the checks. Okay. Checks are used instead of cash, of course, right? It's a payment method. You can use this instead of cash. Checks have a magnetic ink character recognition space, of course, we know. A check can be endorsed when depositing a check into a bank account. Yes, that's true. A check is endorsed by writing the drawer's name. No, it should be payee's name. That means this is incorrect, right? So this is our answer. Next question. An advantage common to both savings accounts and current accounts. Right. Ability to deposit checks. Of course, you can deposit checks in a savings account as well as a current account. Next one, ability to issue checks. No. Only through current accounts only the checks can be issued. This is wrong. This is out. Ability to obtain interest income. This is once again wrong because it's not common advantage. Because in current accounts, no interest is given, right? So this is wrong. Ability to obtain bank overdraft. No, this is once again wrong because only through current accounts only the bank overdraft facility can be obtained. So our answer is 1. Next one. Last set of numbers in MICR is bank account number. Right? It's the bank account number, last set, right? Again, from left to right, okay? Left to right. Next one. Select correct statement regarding e-cash. E-cash means electronic cash. Current accounts earn higher interest. Right, now this is actually, let's say, the first one is actually not regarding electronic cash. Right, let's say like this. Let's say select the correct statement. I'm going to change the question because first statement is not about electronic cash. So that has to be a mistake. So I'm going to change the question. The question is you have to select the correct statement. Current accounts earn higher interest than a normal savings account? No. Current accounts do not earn interest, any interest. So this is wrong. It is required to have a bank account to obtain a credit card. No, you don't have to have a credit card. You don't have to have a bank account to obtain a credit card. But you have to have it is essential to have a bank account to obtain a debit card. So this is once again true, false. Second one is false. Third one, it is not required to have a bank account to obtain debit card. No, it is required. So once again, third also wrong. Third is also wrong, right? Then fourth one, ATM card is used to withdraw or transfer cash in both savings accounts and current accounts. Yeah, that's true, right? This is true. This has to be the correct statement. Commercial banks in Sri Lanka are governed by, obviously, central bank. Right. Then select the incorrect check crossing. Incorrect one, right? You have to select the incorrect one. First one is a general crossing. Second one is also a general crossing with a condition inside. Third one is a special crossing, but fourth one is a wrong crossing. Therefore, this has to be the answer. Fourth one is the answer. The drawee of a check is always the Drovers Bank. It is a bank, obviously. It's a commercial bank. Precisely, it's the Drovers Bank. So remember, don't say just a bank for the drovey. That's wrong. That is not clear, right? The specific meaning of a drovey is the Drovers Bank, current account holders bank, right? 150th question. Mention the parties involved in insurance. We have three parties: first party, second party, third party, and always write what the party is. First party insured, second party insurer. Who is insured? The person who obtains the insurance coverage. Insured is the person who obtains the insurance coverage. Insurer is the person. It's actually not a person. It has to be a institute. That means like basically it's the insurance company, right? So this is the party provides insurance coverage, and probably it's a business, and it is a insurance business. Insurance, a business which provides insurance services. That is actually insurance companies. Third party. All the parties, all the other parties who will be influenced by an insurance contract, right? So these are the parties involved in insurance, right? Next question, write the principles of insurance. Insurable interest. This is the legal right to obtain insurance coverage. And then utmost good faith. Right? Do you remember about utmost good faith? Both parties to the insurance contract should disclose all the relevant information regarding the insurance contract. And then indemnity. Right. So there are three principles. And the next question, write two differences between life insurance and property insurance. Now, basically, the insurance can be categorized into two parts: the life insurance and the property insurance, right? Then under life insurance, now as the first point, you can use simply the principle of indemnity actually does not apply to life insurance. So you can say principle of indemnity or just indemnity does not apply. But for the property insurance, indemnity applies. Now there is a typing error here. You have to say principle of indemnity what applies, right? Applies or do apply, right? Applies. Okay. Then as the second one, you can say additional benefits are received under life insurance, but additional benefits are not received under property insurance, right? Now, what are the additional benefits received under life insurance? You can call them as bonus, right? So it's like interest, but normally we call it bonus. Right, next question. Write the principle of insurance that applies for life insurance. Right, now when it comes to principles, we know three principles are there. No? Out of these three principles, only insurable interest and utmost good faith are applied to life insurance. Because we know that but indemnity does not apply for life insurance. That's why. And next, write the principle of insurance, principles of insurance that apply for property insurance. Of course, all three principles apply for property insurance. That means insurable interest, utmost good faith, and indemnity. Next one, who is insured? So insured is the party who obtains insurance coverage. We talked about this earlier. An insurer is the party that provides the insurance coverage. So basically, this is your insurance company, the business that offers insurance services, right? Right. Next, we have some MCQs. Which of the following is not a principle of insurance? Of course, you can go for collateral, right? Others are our principles. First party of insurance contract is always, remember, right? It's the insured, the person who obtains insurance coverage. Right, next one. If there is a damage for the insured property, which insurance principle is applied to pay only equal compensation? Actually, equal compensation to the damage value. Alright, let's say like that. To the damage value. Right, now this is actually what? The principle is indemnity. So under indemnity, only an amount equal to the damage value is paid as compensation. Right? Okay. That means when there is a damage for a insured property like a vehicle, maybe a building or stock, right? The amount paid as compensation is always equal to the damage value. If the damage value is 200,000, obviously compensation value also 200,000. Right, next one. Incorrect statement regarding insurable interest. Right. A father has no insurable interest in the life of his son. This is true. Remember, this is true. A creditor has an insurable interest in the life of a debtor up to the extent of death. Of course, this is true. Right? We need to select the incorrect statement. A partner in the business has an insurable interest in the life or the lives of his co-partners. Yes, this is of course true. Now, when you consider the fourth one, husband has no insurable interest. It's not no insurable interest. There is insurable interest. Husband has insurable interest in the life of his wife. So this is false. This is our incorrect statement. Okay. Next question. A creditor can obtain an insurance policy over the life of a debtor up to the value of the loan. And what is the insurable principle behind this? It is insurable interest. Okay, that's about insurable interest. Right, next one. Kamal purchases curd from Hambantota and sells to grocery shops in Colombo. Write 2 suitable insurance policies for this business. Right, now we can see that Kamal engages in delivery services. He distributes his products, right? So in that case, he needs vehicles. When he has, vehicles, he should obtain, obviously, vehicle insurance policy, or you can say motor insurance policy, right? This is the, term given in your textbook, motor insurance policy. And also we see that he actually transfers his stock in one location to another location, from one location to another location. So obviously he can obtain actually stock in transit insurance policy. In transit means we move our stock. When the business moves the stock from one location to another, that's the meaning, in transit, right? So that's the answer. So remember, when you're given a case, right, if you see that particular business has motor vehicles, you can suggest motor insurance policy. If you see that the business, moves its stock from one location to another, you can suggest stock in transit insurance policy. If the business moves cash regularly, you can suggest cash in transit policy, right? Next one, what is communication? Communication is the exchange of messages, information, and ideas among parties through any medium. So there should be a communication medium to do communication, right? And then write to importances of communication for business activities. We can say that the information is important for a business to obtain required information and also to provide information to various parties, especially stakeholders. Right, next one. So these are very simple questions, right? What are two main types of communication? Right. Now, when it comes to communication, there are two types, internal communication and external communication. The internal communication means the communication happens within a business. Within the business, between internal parties of the business. Right? Among the internal parties of the business. Like with the, among owners, managers, employees, right? And external communication is the communication happens between the business and an external party, right? Let's say, for example, between the manager and a customer, manager and a supplier, likewise, right? Write to differences between internal and external communication. You can say that frequency of occurrence, right? That means වෙන වාර ගාන, සිදුවෙන වාර ගාන. So the frequency of occurrence of this communication is very high. And on the other hand, external communication is relatively less. Frequency of occurrence is relatively less. Okay. Then the distance between the sender and the receiver is low. But under external communication, you can say the distance between the sender and the receiver is relatively high. Next question. Mention the natures of the communication and two mediums for each nature of communication. Now we have four natures of communication: verbal communication, written communication, electronic communication, and finally codes and signals. Right, so let's write two good mediums for each communication. Now for verbal, we can take a pure medium, meetings. Discussions, right? Let's take discussions. Both are like similar. Let's say then we'll write workshops. Okay? Workshops. And for written, what can you say? Obviously, there is a very good medium, purely written, letters. Right? Letters. And what else? You can say notice board. It's a written communication medium. Or reports. So we are supposed to write only two, right? Then electronic communication, let's say you can take email, but email is actually electronic plus written. Okay, so I'm going to take what to do? Let's write email, but email is a combination of two natures. Okay. Even if you take loudspeaker, it is a combination of two natures, verbal and electronic. Okay, I'm going to write email. and fax, right? And then codes and signals, you can say the bell or road signs, road signals or signs, right? Then write the relevant nature of communication for each communication medium. Right now, when you take telephone, once again, as I told you, this is a medium which is a combination of two natures of communication. That is actually verbal and what is the other one? Electronic. Verbal and I'm going to put a comma, electronic communication. Let's say and, no? Verbal and electronic communication. Email, when it comes to email, it is actually written and electronic, right? Written and electronic. Communication. Skype, right? For this, we can use actually verbal, written, electronic, right? Verbal, written, and electronic communication. Right. Loudspeaker, again, verbal, and electronic. Letters, purely written. Right, that's it. Now, let's see the next question. Kamal placed an order for a stock of raw materials online. The supplier agreed and informed that the stock will be delivered on Monday. Now, what's our question? Draw the communication process for the above case. Right. If you get a question like this, you need to present your theory and the application from the case both. So it's like this, right? You can see the answer. Draw the communication process, sender, message, medium, receiver, reaction, and feedback. When you draw the arrows, right? Always put an arrow and connect feedback and sender, right? That's a must because this is a closed process, right? So feedback goes to the sender, right? And also you can keep send a message, medium, receiver on top and feedback reaction below. Similar to your textbook process, textbook chart, right? And then obviously you have to present the application. That means examples quoted from the case. Now, when it comes to sender, it's Kamal, right? The message is actually not placed in an order. You can say requirement for a stock of raw materials. Let's reword it. Requirement, necessity actually, hi? Requirement or necessity. Let's write necessity. And then the medium, right? Now, when you write the medium, can you see now this order was placed online, right? So basically the medium is internet, right? Or you can say website if a website is mentioned. So let's write the common word internet. And also make sure to write the nature of the communication as well. It's better actually, because in sometimes we see in the marking scheme, they mention about the nature of the communication as well under medium. So let's say this nature of communication is electronic communication, right? Electronic communication. So try to write communication. Try to write both medium and the nature here, right? And then the receiver is the supplier. Reaction is like, agreeing, right? Agreed or agreeing. And feedback is the stock will be delivered on Monday. Okay, so that's how you write. You draw the communication process from a case given. Right, next one. Differentiate the terms reaction and feedback. Right, now reaction is about how the receiver acts according to the message, right? Whereas feedback is the receiver's reply, formal reply to the message. To the message, or you can say according to the message, and it is sent to the sender, right? Okay, that's what I have written. To the message, to the sender, right? The English might not good here, but anyhow, hope you got the meaning. So this is actually receiver's reply to the message, and which is sent to the sender. And reaction is like the act, right? How the receiver acts according to the message suddenly at the same time, right? Write the elements of communication: sender, message, medium, receiver, reaction, and feedback. We have 6 elements of communication, right? Next one, write 2 factors that should be considered when selecting an appropriate communication medium. Now let's say to communicate whether to select a letter or whether to select an email, right? Or whether to select a telephone call. We need to consider, factors. So the main 2 factors are actually cost and the speed. Cost of the communication and speed of the communication, right? Then next one, the sales manager of a business sent an email to a debtor reminding to settle his due amount, right? The nature of the communication relevant to this case is, now is this an internal communication or external communication? Obviously, you can see the sales manager communicates with the debtor. Debtor is an external party. So this has to be an external communication. And the medium used is email, right? So email is electronic and also written. So our answer should be third one, external, written, and electronic communication. Okay, right, next one, an element not included in the process of communication, very easy one. You can use the speed, because this is a factor that should be considered when selecting an appropriate communication medium. Others are, elements. Response means actual reaction here, right? Reaction. Let's say reaction instead of response. Right. Then next question, following now some of the communication methods used in a business. Select the methods used in internal and verbal. Look, internal, it should be internal and also verbal. Right, now when you go through the mediums given, intercom. Now this is an internal network of, what do you call it? It's a system of, it's a telephone system, right? Internal telephone system. So this is internal and as well as, since it is a telephone system, it's verbal. Memo, that's purely written, right? It is internal, but it's actually written. So this doesn't come. Notice board, written, right? And it is actually, you can use it for internal communication as well as, external communication. Anyhow, D is letters. Letters are written. Meetings are obviously verbal and internal. So our answer should be A and E. Okay, A and E. Right. Incorrect statement regarding communication. Communication is the exchange of information among parties through any medium. Yes, this is true. Communication is important to provide information to the various, stakeholders. Of course, yes. Frequency of occurrence is low in internal communication. No, it's high. So this is wrong. This has to be our answer. Let's go through the last point. The distance between sender receiver is minimum in internal communication. Yeah, that's true. So our answer is 3. Right. Next one is what is transportation? So transportation is moving goods from one location, moving goods and also passengers from one location to another. Right. Write the elements of transportation. Now we have 4 elements of transportation: way, medium, power, terminal. Especially in MCQs, the knowledge of elements of transportation is tested, right? Then what are the 4 ways of transportation? You can write road, railway, waterway, and airway, right? Next one, these are easy questions. Write a common advantage that can be seen in both railway and waterway, right? When you consider both railway and waterway, a heavy load of a heavy load can be transported at once. So you can say can transport a heavy load at once, and there is no traffic. Easily you can say no traffic. That's an advantage, and it is common. Write to common disadvantages for railway, waterway, even airway. That is actually, you can write these 2 points. Cannot reach up to every destination and cannot use at any time. Now, when you consider roads, you can reach up to the destination. You can use at any time. But the other ways, railway, waterway, and airway, actually, you cannot reach up to every destination, right? And you cannot use at any time. Right. Write an advantage and a disadvantage of airway transportation. Right. You can simply say, when it comes to airway, the advantage is high speed. Right. So this way has the higher speed, isn't it? And the disadvantage is unfortunately high cost. Very costly, right? High cost. Right. Then write a common disadvantage that can be seen in both waterways and airways. Common advantage, right? So when you consider waterway and airway, actually these ways are used for international trade, export and import trade. So we can say facilitate international trade, and also obviously no traffic. Next question. Write 2 factors that should be considered when selecting a suitable, appropriate, and appropriate transport medium. Now, what are transport mediums? That means the vehicles and the crafts. Hari, transport medium එක කියන්නේ වාහනයට. Hari? Communication medium දන්නවනේ, letters, emails, meetings, so on. ඒතර මේකෙත් දැන් අපි දන්නවා cost එකයි speed එකයි තමයි communication වල තිබ්බ හොඳම factors දෙක communication medium එක select කරනකොට අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්න මේ හිතන්න ඕනේ factors දෙන්න මෙතනත් එහෙමමයි. ඒතර මේක common answer එක common හරි. So මතක තියාගන්න ලේසි ඉතින්. හරි මතක තියාගන්න ලේසි. So remember cost and speed you can include here also because these are the two main factors that should be considered when we select a transport medium when it comes to businesses, right? Cost and the speed, similar to communication mediums, right? Write to importances of transportation for the business activities. So you can say to deliver goods to the consumers and to transport employees, right? Next one, the vehicle or craft used to transport is the medium. Now in the new syllabus, it's the medium. According to your syllabus, it's the mode. Mode means medium. Remember it. Right? දැන් සමහර වෙලාවට paper එකේ mode කියලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ medium එක. Right, next one. Kamal, who is a bakery owner, distributes pastry items to pastry shops by a three-wheeler. Right, now it's better. Now, can you see there is a lengthy case here. So when you see a lengthy case, right, you should, read the question first. So what's our question? What are the elements of transportation mentioned in the above case? In order. Remember, in order. Right, let's find out. Now let's read our case. Kamal, who is a bakery owner, distributes pastry items to pastry shops by a three-wheeler. We see a vehicle. So this has to be the what? Medium or the mode. Medium of transportation. And then it says, he uses by roads. We see roads. That means the way. Right? To avoid traffic and plans to increase the price of products due to the recent increase in petrol prices. Right? Petrol price. Now, petrol. Forget about the word price. You see, there is the word petrol, right? So, petrol means an energy source, right? So, this is energy. Energy, right? So energy means in our terms, it has to be power. So let's find out our answer. It should be medium, way, and power. Do we have an answer like that? Medium way terminal is there, but medium way power is there in the third option. So this is our answer. Medium way and finally power. You have three elements here, right? Then, factors which should be considered when selecting a suitable transport medium, right? Obviously, we remember that cost and speed comes. We see cost in every answer. And other than the cost and speed, you have to think about capacity, right? When it comes to transportation. So what should be our answer? This has to be our answer. Cost, speed, and the capacity. Now, when you consider the first one, you see power. Now, this is an element. Please don't get confused with the elements and the factors that should be considered, right? Okay, right. දැන් එහෙම දේවල් confuse වෙනවා නම් හොඳම දේ පොඩි note එකක් හදාගන්න. හදාගෙන නිකන් ලියාගන්න. දැන් factors කියන්නේ elements of transportation කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේවා. There are 4. මොනවද? Way, medium, right? Power, terminal. එහා පැත්තෙන් ලියාගන්නවා factors that should be considered when selecting a transport medium කියලා. මොනවද? Mainly cost එක නේ, ඊට පස්සේ speed එක. තව එකක් තමයි capacity. තව තියෙනවා. book එකේ තියෙනවා nature of the goods, you know, right? අන්න ඒ වගේ nature of the goods transported, right? Right. Next question. A hybrid car uses fuel and electricity. Yeah. Elements of transportation according to this statement. Once again, you are tested the knowledge of elements of transportation. Right. We see car here, hybrid or whatever. It's a car. It's a vehicle. That means medium comes. This is medium. Right. And then we see fuel and electricity. These are power sources. No? So power. We have only two elements. Second should be our answer, medium and power in order, right? You have to select the answer according to the order given. Be mindful, right? Sometimes you get the opposite of the order, right? Yeah, in one of your answer options. So be mindful. First, you have you can quantify your answer. Medium is the first one, power is the second one. So medium, power, this should be the answer. Next one, which one is not an element of transportation? Of course, it's safety. Right, very simple question. It's safety. Way, medium, power are elements of transportation. Right, next question. A disadvantage of airway compared to railway. Right, that is actually cannot transport a heavy load at once. Now, in airway, you cannot transport a heavy load at once. Right, there is a limit. Because, you know, right, airway means actually aeroplanes. Basically, aeroplanes, they travel opposed to the gravity. So we cannot, transport a heavy load at once. But in railway, the train has a, huge capacity. So comparatively, right, you can transport a heavy load at once. Right, now other answers are incorrect. You should find a disadvantage. Now, when you take high speed, it's an advantage. No traffic is common. Can reach up to the destination is a wrong statement, right? So answer should be third one. So always read your answer mindfully, right? We have to be very mindful and read properly. Right. Next question. Amal transports garments to European countries. Write a suitable transport way and a medium for Amal's business. So you can say way is waterway. Of course, when it comes to export trade, right? You can use waterway or airway. But even if you say airway, it will be okay, but it's better when we write waterway because that's a common way, right? But of course, airway is also used and the medium is obviously ship. If you write airway, you have to say aeroplane, isn't it? Right. Next question, write one advantage and a disadvantage of above mentioned transport way. That means actually this is a part of, this particular question, right? It's like A and B. Right, so you mentioned waterway, right? So you have to tell an advantage of waterway and a disadvantage of waterway. So you can say, can transport a heavy load at once because ships are big, right? And you can transport a heavy load at once. And disadvantage, you can say, cannot use up to every destination. That's a fixed common disadvantage for airway, waterway, railway. Okay, now let's do some questions related to management, chapter 2, under grade 11 syllabus. So the first question is, what is management? Right, management is a process. Accounting is a process, communication is a process, management also is a process of what? Of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. Now, these are called management functions, right? Can you see in the next question? Write the functions of management: planning, organizing, leading, controlling. Right. Now, planning, organizing, leading, controlling what? The resources owned by the business. Okay. So this is a process of planning, organizing, leading, controlling what? The resources owned by a business. To do what? In order to achieve objectives of a business. Do you remember the objectives of the business? Earning profits, increasing customer satisfaction, increasing quality of goods and services. Likewise, right. Now, how efficiently and effectively, or effectively and efficiently, right? So this is your management definition, right? Then, yes, we discussed about the 195th question. So let's move on to the next one. Differentiate effectiveness and efficiency. Right. Now, what's the difference between these two terms? Effectiveness is using resources to achieve the expected objectives, whereas efficiency is obtaining, let's put ing here, obtaining the maximum output from minimum resources. So that's the difference between these two terms, right? Obtaining maximum output from, by using minimum resources. Effectiveness is using resources to achieve expected objectives. Right. Now let's go for a MCQ question. Okay, select the correct statement. Management is a process of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling the resources of the organization. Yeah, of course, this is true. Management is the process of achieving business objectives effectively and efficiently. Yeah, that's correct once again, because management is done to achieve the objectives of a business efficiently and effectively. Effectiveness means using resources to achieve the expected objectives. Yeah, that's the meaning of effectiveness. Again, it says effectiveness means obtaining maximum output from the minimum resources. No, this is about efficiency. So this has to be incorrect, right? This is incorrect. So this should be your answer. Planning involves determining the objectives and activities to achieve these objectives. Yeah, that's the meaning of planning, right? What about the others? Distributing required resources, job roles, and tasks is about organizing. This is about organizing. Next one, directing human resources and other resources of the business. Basically, directing human resources is actually leading, right? Achieving the business objectives efficiently and effectively is something else. It is about management. So the answer should be number 1. Effectiveness means, of course, we can straight away go for our answer. It's about using resources to achieve the expected objectives. Answer should be 4. Right, next question. The management function of appointing new regional manager, sales manager, to achieve the sales in northern provinces. Now, appointing or recruiting any employee belongs to what? Organizing. Remember, it's organizing. Purchase of a machine to manufacture a soft drink belongs to the management function of, right? Now, purchase of any resource, right? Like a machine, maybe equipment, right? Maybe a vehicle. It's about actually again organizing, right? Organizing. Okay, now let's do some questions related to marketing. That is chapter 3 under grade 11 syllabus. First question, what is marketing? Right, marketing again is a process. Okay, it's a process like accounting, management, communication. It's a process. Process of what? Process of creating and offering a valuable product. Not just a product, a valuable product. Okay, a valuable product. So it's a process of creating and offering a valuable product to do what? To satisfy human needs and wants. Like what? Like the business? Do you remember the definition of business? Right? Business is an economic activity that manufactures or provides goods and services to satisfy human needs and wants. So you have the similar, words here. So marketing is a process of creating and offering a valuable product to satisfy human needs and wants. Right, next, what is a market? Right, now these are actually the definitions that can be asked under marketing. So what is a market? Market is a form. Don't write it as a location, right? Nowadays, it's a form in which a buyer and seller meets. So this is any form in which the buyer and the seller meets. A buyer and a seller meets. Right, next question. What is a target market? A target market, right? Marketing, market, now it's a target market. Right, a target market is a share of the market. This means this is a share of the entire market, the whole market. Now this share of market consists consumers, right? It consists consumers. A market normally consists of consumers that a business can satisfy in a more attractive and profitable way, right? So the business can actually satisfy these customers, these share of customers, right? The portion of customers, actually, the portion of customers more attractively and also in a profitable way, right? In a profitable way. So for a business, it is always profitable to satisfy the needs and wants of a target market. Okay. Right, next one. What is a marketing mix? Right, marketing mix. Right, now marketing mix is a set of variables. We have 4 variables here. Product, price, place, promotion. Right, so it's a set of variables used to achieve the marketing objectives of a business. We know the objectives of a business, no? So what are the marketing objectives of a business? For example, you can say, right, if we take marketing objectives of a business, for example, you can say increase in sales, right? Increase in sales of the business. Or you can say increase in customer satisfaction. Now, this is one of the business objective as well. increase in customer satisfaction. So these are marketing objectives of business. Right. So now again, what is a marketing mix? It's a set of variables used to achieve the marketing objectives of a business. Look at these words, within a target market. Now, within a given market, a given target market, the set of variables used to achieve the marketing objectives of a business is called marketing mix. And sometimes these are called 4 pieces, right? Because every word starts with letter P, right? Can you see? So these are called sometimes 4 pieces, right? Now next, actually we talked about this question. Mention the variables in the marketing mix. There are 4: product, price, place, and promotion. Right, let's move on to the next question. Right, here we have a case. Right, now first question is, name the target market of Ranmal's business. And then name the marketing mix variables mentioned in the above case in order with an example each. Right, let's read the case now. It says Ranma sells quality sport equipment near Sugatadasa Stadium. He offers 10% trade discount, right? Let's put discount on all sales, right? He provides sponsorships for school matches conducted nearby, right? Now, obviously, you can see that the product is sport equipment. Now, this product is obviously targeted to a specific portion of the whole market. There is a specific target market, right? Because everyone doesn't buy sport equipment. So what's the target market of Ranma's business? Everyone actually not only buy, let's say like this, everyone doesn't use equipment, sport equipment, right? Everyone doesn't use sport equipment. Only a specific, set of people use sport equipment. So that is actually, you can say athletics or people who engage in sports in simple terms, right? Rather than saying athletics also, you can say simply people who engage in sports, people who do sports, right? Right, next one, name the marketing mix variables. Now, this is actually our product, right? So you can say product, this is examples. Let's write examples on top. So for product, you can say the exact product given in the case. It's sport equipment. Then the place, yes, we can see a place here. So you can say near Sugatadasa Stadium. And the price, now for price, you can use discounts, right? So 10% trade discount. And promotions, you can say this one, sponsorships. Right, now for you to write examples like this from a given case, you should know about instruments of each variable. Now we have 4 variables, no, right? What are they? Product, price, place, sorry, product, place, price, promotion. Now here, product, place, I have written place because in order, when you follow the order, you see the place as the second variable, right? And then the price, and then the promotion, right? Now I'm talking about question number B answer. In order, you have to find it in order, right? But anyhow, now, as I told you before, for you to understand the examples given in the case, for you to find the examples, you should know instruments of each variable, right? Each variable. So that means, what are the instruments of product, right? What are the instruments of price? Then what are the instruments of place? And also the instruments of promotion, right? Okay, now when you take the product, I have asked a question like this: write two instruments of product. You can take brand, quality, even features. Do you remember features? The pattern, right? Also packaging. Another very good instrument of product is packaging, right? And then when it comes to the price, you can take listed price, discounts. Also in our textbook, there was credit terms, payment methods, right? Then instruments of place, distribution, transportation, warehouse, coverage area, right? So you should know these instruments. And also when it comes to promotions, there is advertising, sales promotions, right? Sales promotion, and also personal selling, and also public relations, right? Public relations, right? Then we are going to do a MCQ, right? Correct statement regarding marketing. Market is a certain location? No, it's not a certain location nowadays. It can be any form. It can be through the internet or maybe through a physical location. So you have to say a market is any form. Can you see, do you remember in our definition? In our definition, it says any form. Now, due to the enhancement of e-commerce, the technology, actually nowadays the seller and the buyer meets online. So you have to use not a certain location, any form. So this is wrong statement. This is a wrong statement. And next one, marketing process ends when a product is delivered to consumers. No. This is once again wrong, because marketing process goes until after sales services. Even after the sale, under marketing, certain services are offered to the customers. They are called after sales services. Now, what are the examples for after sales services? The warranty, right? Then free installation, free delivery, right? Likewise. Right, next one, some manufacturers directly distribute goods to consumers. Yes. We call this direct distribution, right? Direct distribution. There are two methods of distribution: the direct distribution and distribution via intermediaries, like retailers, wholesalers, right? This is true. This must be our answer, right? Anyhow, let's read the fourth one. Place involves transportation, okay. Personal selling, no. This is a promotion, an instrument of promotion. Even this doesn't come, because this is once again an instrument of what? Promotion, right? The variable called promotion. Right, so our answer is 3. Right, let's do the next question. A handbill is distributed to promote a new product introduced by a company. What is the instrument related to this case? Right. Now, before the instrument, just tell me, what is the variable in marketing mix related to this case? This is about actually promotion. This company is trying to promote their new product, right? Their new product. So this company tries to promote its new product. So the variable of marketing mix is promotion. And what about the instrument? Now this is a handbill. You have to look at this particular instrument. So this is actually, this belongs to advertising. Advertising. We use normally handbills to advertise the product. So the answer should be advertising. Now recall all the instruments related to promotion, the variable called promotion. We have advertising, then there is sales promotion, right? And then we have personal selling and public relations, right? Now, especially these two, for these two, advertising and sales promotions, you should know the examples, because these examples might be included in your case, right? For example, if you take advertising, you can take TV ads, paper ads, newspaper ads, radio ads, right? Then handbills, posters, banners, cutouts, right? Then sales promotions, examples, buy one, get one free, bundle offers, sponsorships, right? Then offering free gifts, right? Then free samples, right? Right. Then next question, not an activity of marketing. Right, now marketing is a process which consists of different activities, right? Promoting the design product is an activity. Distributing the product also is an activity. Setting the prices is also an activity. Anyhow, motivating employees is something else. It comes under human resources management, right? So answer should be 4. Discount is an instrument of, obviously, remember its price. Don't get confused. Some students think that discounts are, under promotion. No, under your syllabus, you have to consider discounts as an instrument of price. Okay, price. A trade discount is an example of is an instrument of price. Right, now let's do questions related to investment. Right, investment. What is investment? Right, now this definition is a bit different from your textbook definition. Anyhow, if you want, you may stick to your textbook definition, but I'm going to tell this definition. Investment is investing a certain amount, right, as savings in an effective method, with an expectation of earning an economic return. Now, when it comes to investment, right, investment generates economic return and extra income, right? Now, what are the investment methods under our syllabus? You have savings accounts, right? Fixed deposits, then purchasing properties, right? Properties, and also you have ordinary shares, purchasing ordinary shares, also treasury bills. And even running a business is also considered as an investment method. Right. Now, next question. What are the factors to be considered when selecting an investment method? Now, let's say a person has a certain amount of money. Now, how does he select whether to open a savings account or to open a fixed deposit or to purchase a property or to purchase, ordinary shares or to purchase treasury bills? He has to actually consider these factors, right? There are three factors: the aim of the investment, the risk of the investment, and also the return from the investment. Now, a person might think more about the risk of the investment, or another person might think about the return from the investment, right? So likewise, there are three factors that should be considered when selecting an appropriate investment method. Okay, aim of the investment, risk of the investment, and return from the investment. Right, next one. Right to benefits of purchasing properties. Right. Now, when it comes to purchasing properties, you can say ability to earn an income by renting or leasing the property, right? Or you can say can earn capital gains, right? Capital gains by selling the property at a higher price than the purchase price. So these are the best benefits of purchasing properties, right? Then, right to benefits of purchasing ordinary shares. Obviously, these are the best ones. Ability to earn dividends or dividend income, right? And also you can say can earn ability to earn, let's say, ability to earn capital gains by selling, right? Or we can say ing form here. Let's put ing. Earning capital gains by selling what? Ordinary shares at a higher price than the purchase price. Next question, what is a share? Now, how do you define a share? Capital of a business could be divided into equal portions, right? Company means incorporated company. And one such a portion is called a share. And there is a price for a share. There is a price per share, right? Next one, two benefits of purchasing treasury bills. Right, now when it comes to treasury bills, like fixed deposits, the investor can earn interest income precisely at a fixed rate. So you can say ability to earn interest income at a fixed rate. And then you can actually convert this treasury bill into cash at any time. So ability to convert into cash at any time. Right. Okay, next you have fill in the blanks. There are two blanks. Let's fill it. Purchase shares, right? Let's say ordinary shares from a company are exchanged with others via what? Through where? It's Colombo Stock Exchange. You have to say Colombo Stock Exchange. So purchase shares can be exchanged with others through Colombo Stock Exchange. Next one, blank monitors and regulates the Colombo Stock Exchange transactions. Now there is a government institution established in order to monitor and regulate the transactions happen through Colombo Stock Exchange. It is called Securities and Exchange Commission. Now, what type of a business is this? This is a state corporation, right? It ends with commission. So this is a state corporation, right? Next one. Primary dealers of treasury bills are, normally primary dealers of treasury bills are normally, right, commercial banks, right? It's commercial banks. They are commercial banks. Economic return that is common for both fixed deposit and treasury bills. Of course, we know it's the interest income, right? From fixed deposit as well as treasury bills, an investor can gain interest income. Next one, return of running a business is, obviously we know this, it's profits, right? Okay, next you have a very good question. It's you are given certain investment methods: treasury bills, fixed deposits, savings accounts, ordinary shares, and properties, right? So here you have to select the investment methods which earn interest income, right? We know that treasury bills provide interest, even fixed deposits. Also, savings accounts. What about ordinary shares? No, there is no interest given, even properties. So you can take A, B, C for your answer. Right. That is number one, answer number one. This should be one. Right. This one also should be one. Right. Next one. It says select the investment method which earn capital gains. Right. Now, which investment methods earn capital gains? You can take ordinary shares and also properties, right? And right now, these answer options are actually wrong. All these answer options you have to disregard, right? Let's forget about these answer options, right? So let's write what's our answer. It's only D and E, right? D and E. Okay, it's DE. Right. Then select the investment methods which can be kept as a collateral. Right. Now, to keep as collateral, we can use fixed deposits, right? Even ordinary shares and also properties. So BTE. Okay, once again, there is no proper answer. I think the answers, right. Anyhow, let's erase all these answers. Forget about these answers, right? And let's just write the relevant letters. It's B, D, and E. So these are our investment methods that can be kept as collaterals, right? Let's put commas, right? Final question. Right, there is a case and you're supposed to write, it says name a suitable investment method for Vimal and Rukmal separately. So you have to say Vimal this, Rukmal this, right? And then write two benefits of the investment method for Rukmal. Actually, this is Rukmal, okay? Rukmal that you wrote in the above. Right, now first one, First thing is we need to read our case. Vimal and Rukmal intends to invest their saved money in an effective investment method. Okay. So they have money, they are going to invest in, certain investment methods. Vimal wants to invest his money in a highly secured investment method. Right now, Vimal concerns about the risk of the investment, isn't it? So he wants to invest his money in a highly secured investment method. Right. Now, you know the expectation of Vimal now. So what type of investment method can you, suggest? Remember, treasury bills are the most secured investment method out of the given investment methods in your textbook. So you can suggest him purchasing treasury bills, right, for Vimal. And then let's read about Rukmal, right? Rukmal wants to invest his money to gain a higher economic return. Now remember this as well. The investment method that provides the highest economic return is ordinary shares. So you have to suggest Rukmal to purchase ordinary shares. Purchase in ordinary shares. So remember these. Then write two benefits of investment method for Rukmal. Now Rukmal's investment method is purchase in ordinary shares. So you can say receive dividend income, right? Dividends, and also can gain, let's say ing, let's write ing form, earning, right? Receiving. So second point, earning capital gains by selling the ordinary shares, selling ordinary shares at a higher price than the purchased price. Right. Make sure to subscribe to this channel and share this video with your friends. Okay, then see you in the next video.